Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to the Season 5 premiere of The Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. If you are new or if you are an old veteran, it is good to see you. I just want you to know that I cannot actually literally see you through the camera, but I can see you in chat if you are here live, and I can also see any comments you might make on YouTube if you're going to be leaving comments, which, I wouldn't be sad if you did. I'd find it cool. Hi. It's good to have you all here. I'm happy to be back. You might have to forgive me for gushing just a little bit because I'm pretty excited to be back with this crew. Oh, yay. This is our show. This is on the Academic Foxhole. Thank you for all of you for being here. This show is not possible without you and your support, and the best way you can support us is by being here, either live or on Memorex on YouTube. There is another place you can find us right now, but I'm not allowed to say it. But somebody might somewhere at some place. Anyhow, and then you might find out stuff, but I can't say it because of Twitch rules. Anyhow.
Doing great.
Somebody will tell you. Somebody will tell you what the deal is, secretly. Let me see. And what else can I tell you? Right, yes. The other way you can support us is you can reskeet and retweet. You can tell your friends that we're here and they can come and watch the show, and that gives us joy. You can also give tips and bits if you like, and if you do and you leave a message, we'll read out those tips and bits messages at the end. You can be one of our Patreons. We have a Patreon. And that Patreon goes to help pay for all the tips and bits, and the Patreon helps to go pay for the cast and also for any commissions. We are at Season 5, which means I feel like I need to ask Void Smoker, I need to commission Void Smoker for some new art, is I think really what it's about. So anyway, all of the help that you do will go towards that. We have a special sponsor tier, which is $200, which will pay for 4 players for one show for 1 week, and we only have 4 slots of those available. If you're one of our sponsors, you will get a special radio ad, which I will play once a month, and you will get a special spot in our credits, and you will get a special shout out. So, for example, I might shout out Will and TW, who is one of our sponsors, who is amazing, who also takes notes with which I would not be able to function. With whom I would not. There's a preposition thing. It's not at the end, and you know what I mean. I would not be able to function without him. Let's see. And then I think that is all of the stuff I have to say. We have a merch store. Oh, I should say this. We have a merch store at Fourth Wall, and it should be set up so that if you want to gift merch to someone, you can do so. We might be doing, I've got to check, we might be doing a merch giveaway at the break. We will see. But anyway, all that is there, and I will just check to make sure it's actually live. I think it is. I think you're able to do it. Apparently it was turned off at one moment, but it is currently live. So if you go to our Fourth Wall and you want to get merch for yourself, please do. We've got a great Starbeam chocolate milk mug and just loveliness. One of my favorite things is we have these notebooks. This is my Gambler's notebook, which I take all of my notes about the show in here, and I love it. And I need another one for school. But we've got lots of things, and you can also gift merch to somebody else. And if you click the gift to Twitch chat, a timer will go up, and you can like enter in, and it'll pick a winner. So it's great integrations. I support it. And I think that's all of the things. Oh, we've got a raider. Hello, Other Doc. Welcome in, raiders. You were just here for us to begin our newest season of The Gamblers. And I need my notebook. So, without further ado, I will say, if you've never been here before, our players are going to do an intro that will also let you know something about them. I will say first, The Gamblers is a Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. There might be some other campaigns that are also being woven into this campaign that I have not mentioned out loud, but they are perhaps there. There's a lot of stuff happening. And in this particular sort of setup, we have a group of people who were all hand-chosen by the King of Drinax, a planet that was basically destroyed a couple hundred years ago. Everybody on the planet died. They were all nuked by the Aslan Hierarch, which is the the planet itself sits within the Trojan Reaches, which is sort of like a no man's land, uh, uh, a space in between two large empires, the Aslan Hierate and the Third Imperium. And in between these two expansionist powers is this sort of this space that had once been part of a great empire, the Sindalian Empire that had imploded and died and was destroyed, and other pocket empires rose and fell. And the last one that rose was the kingdom of Drinax, and that kingdom got destroyed real bad, a couple hundred years ago, and that entire huge planet, technologically advanced and exciting, was reduced to rubble. And the only people who survived were there's about like 70,000 people total for the entire world that are alive. And they live, for the most part, on this floating palace. It was the palace of the great king of Drinax, the kings and the monarchs of Drinax, is where basically everybody who's alive lives, except there are groups of people who live on the surface called the Vexbexers, and they have to deal with radiation, and it's a little Mad Maxy for them. But we have a very small amount of people. This is the most technologically advanced planet in the entire reaches, one of the most technologically advanced planets in all of charted space, but they have no infrastructure and no people because they have been bombed. But they do have a dream. The king of Drinax, mostly his daughter, came up with a plan. And that plan was that they would go out. Well, the plan happened because they found a ship, which has now been christened the Gambler. And the Gambler is one of their very special commerce raiders, which was a ship that used to patrol the spaceways when Drinax was a great kingdom. An amazing ship. It's fast, it's stealthy, it's like the most badass ship ever. And they lost almost all of their ships, but they found one. They were able to repair it as best they can, considering they have no infrastructure. And they came up with a plan, and that plan was to get a group of people, each one of whom symbolized something very important for the king of Drinax, for the people of Drinax, symbolic, and have these people, these trusted people, take this ship. The king gave them a letter of marque, and he charged them with a mission, a secret mission, and that mission was he wanted them to do the following. 1, go to all the former planets that used to be part of the Kingdom of Drinax and try to recruit them to a new reborn Kingdom of Drinax. Because if they do not come together and unify, they will surely fall when these other forces come in. That's the secret part. You cannot let anybody know you're trying to restart Drinax, because that would probably not go well with the big powers. But the other thing is, everybody knows that there's a piracy problem in the Trojan Reaches, but the pirates of the Trojan Reaches tend to be smart enough not to attack Aslan or Imperial ships, because then the Aslan, the Imperial, they get mad, so the pirates try to stay low. But what the king and the princess, there's a prince, but that's another story. They decided what they needed to do is to have this crew go and become pirates secretly, to pirate specifically the Aslan and the Imperium ships, enough to be a problem, but not enough so that they bring in the Navy. And the goal of this would be, to get money for Drinax, because Drinax has a real cash flow problem, since they don't manufacture things, and nobody goes there, and they've got all this gold and diamonds and jewels, but they've got no toilet paper. So to get money so they can help rebuild this new kingdom, but also, more importantly, to make it so that there is a problem in the Reaches for the Aslan and the Imperium. And then, once this crew has sort of set up enough allies with all the other planets, they will come forward and say, we are the Kingdom of Drinax, we are reconstituted, we have all of these planets who are all on board, and we noticed you had a piracy problem. We will take care of that piracy problem if you recognize us as a legitimate government. And then you recognize us as a legitimate government, sovereignty, and then we will take care of this piracy problem that we've been doing ourselves. So that is their plan. And that is the plan. And we spent the last 4 seasons traveling about the stars, making allies, learning mysteries, finding out all sorts of things. But we start season 5 back on Drinax. So if you're new, it's a good time to stop in. And I would like each one of our players to introduce themselves, say who they are, and then also say who you're playing. Introduce your character for the new viewer, And yes, that's all. Look, a good, nice, generic intro. Yes. And I would like to start with Greg. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Baba O'Reilly, the Who needs to stop for a second as I. Hey, everybody, I'm Greg, Warp Reactor over on YouTube, and here I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey. He's a doctor, he's a healer, he's a lovely gentleman. That's about it.
Doctor, I will also add that Dr. Val Morrissey is from the planet Asim. And Asim is the only planet that Drinax has within its sphere of influence because everything was destroyed. But they rescued Asim. Asim was under the thumb of some pretty terrible sort of autocrats. Asim is an agricultural planet. It's the
We have
only
land
place
there.
where lots of land.
Mm-hmm.
Give me land, lots of land under starry skies above. But they were rescued. They were like basically liberated by Drinax, and now they are under the Drinaxian kingdom. So this is, and so now Val Morrissey is the representative from the first planet that has come back under the Kingdom of Drinax's fold, and that is his symbolic meaning. Plus, he's also a brilliant doctor, one of the best doctors around. He went to the university at the Kingdom of on the Floating Palace, which is one of the best universities around, but nobody goes there because everyone thinks the planet's destroyed. But it's really good. And this is our Val. And I think next we should talk about Val's best friend, Ari. Who are you? Who are you playing? And how would you introduce your character for the audience?
Hi, I'm Ari, Ari_Ventures. You can find me on live or live in Seattle or here online. That was what I meant to say. I think I said on live. Anyway, here we are. Hi, it's Friday after a long week, and I am finding words. Terrica is the character that I play, and Terrica is. Um, if they were to introduce themselves right now, they would simply say what their name is, and they wouldn't say anything else. They wouldn't talk about uh, their ability to pilot, and they wouldn't talk about their noble lineage.
But it turns out that they are the child of one of the most powerful noble families on Drinax, the von Rappenhausen family. Their mother, Lady Hill, is sort of a spy master for the kingdom and very, very influential, and is very proud of her lineage back to the old Sindalian Empire.
And very domineering.
She was, yeah. Anyhow, so
was
is, it's fine. Sure. Very domineering. Has a lot of had a lot of thoughts in her brain when the brains were still in her cranial cavity.
I mean, aren't they technically still in there?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Wasn't the shot in the
it was
back
somewhere else?
Yeah.
I think she's technically still got brains in her body.
Yeah. Massive organ. Anyway, speaking of, I would note that Terrica, pilot extraordinary,
organ
chosen.
Did you say speaking of, as in context to speaking of organ failure?
Yes, speaking of organ failure.
Well, what a segue.
Speaking of organ failure, we have a character here who has lost a limb, not voluntarily. Surprise limb loss as part of work. Surprise. Also,
nice.
Good dear chum with our Terrica. Lindy, who are you? Who are you playing? And how would you describe your character?
Well, hi there. I'm Lindy, Laugh Love Lindy, and I'll be playing Quint Vesper, the former Solomani Cirque du Solomani member, and Soulsec spy. Former Soulsec spy. Former Solomani everything, basically. also former Imperial Scout, but that was just a cover, and now we're here doing who knows what. It's fine. I'm sure it'll be great. Learning about friendship and other things along the way. And is still, because I haven't handed over it yet, the purser. Has been the purser for the past few months on the Gambler. And
Mhm.
head child wrangler, and I wore a lot of hats. Quint is very tired right now, specifically.
uh, for
Should
those
have
of you
put
who do
dark
not,
circles under my eyes. That's what I meant to do, because
yeah,
Quint
yeah.
looks rough. Quint looks real rough right now.
Uh,
Well, every time in the break.
yeah. I will just note something because I suppose I should bring it up. Greg was missing for the last 2 sessions. So what Greg did
Yeah, he was.
took small children
Uh-huh.
out of low birth so that they were awake, and then
He sure
left so that
did.
he didn't have to deal with them, and then everybody else did. And those children were everywhere, all over that ship. And, you know,
Yeah.
Greg just laughed. And there you go.
I did the best we could. We put locks. There was a lot of locks
Yeah.
on the ship that were activated that have never been activated, and
We
we've
learned
been controlling it.
that
We learned a lot
it
of
was
things.
important. Yeah. Also, we found markers that can be wiped off of walls.
Yes,
Mhm,
yes,
useful.
we did.
mhm.
Yeah.
Now, I will note that Quint, while acting as purser, did a few things that might have upset this next character, who is the admiral of the ship, is the captain of their alter ego of the ship, the pirate version,
Uh-huh.
and is also the admiral of the fleet. And that is played by Cord, who is playing person with many titles, Severance. Who are you? Who
Uh-huh.
are you playing? And tell us something about your character. Oh, by the way, the king did not invite Quint onto the ship.
No, I'm just here. Hi,
The king
guys.
has not yet been introduced to Quint.
Right.
We'll find
I'm
out.
sure it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mythomatic, or Cord. I am playing Captain, Admiral, Lord, the Sentinel. I don't know. There's so many titles. I'm playing as Severance, just for short and easy. But he used to be a drug dealer, and now he is, and he used to be an addict and then a drug dealer, and then he is also a runaway clone. But in that, he realized that he can't get high, so he started to sell his drugs to people, and then he knew and figured out that he enjoyed business, so he tried to be a free trader, failed out of that, and also probably everything else in character creation, because you can do that in Traveler. But he's a fake it till you make it type character, and he's been faking it so far and self-proclaiming titles until he has received an admiral title. So, but Baron is a troubled piece of shit and is slowly on the up and up.
Hmm.
Right?
Yeah. Speaking of
Okay.
on the up and up.
Piece of shit. I'm Cord. Hello.
Severance has a complicated relationship with this next character, in that they had a kid together. They had a very intense year, but he did not remember it because his mind was wiped by the person who I'm going to introduce next, at his own request, multiple times, to keep everybody safe, because there's some danger, because some people are being hunted by a lot of people, actually. Some people are in trouble. And our protector, the captain of the Gambler, but not the admiral of the Gambler, is the best Rocket. Oh, and I should say, Severance is a Vex Spectre. He was born on he was raised on the surface of the planet of Drinax, so he represents the people on the surface. We have the noble Terrica, and we have the doctor from the breadbasket planet. We have the Vex Spectre from the salt of the planet of Drinax. And so, our dear the Harlock.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Rocket Fox, or the Rocket Fox. You can find me in all of the places. Spin around, roll your eyes back, say my name 3 times backwards, and I might be there. But yeah, I am playing the Harlock, who I would just like to point out it was mentioned has a complicated relationship with Severance, but Terrica doesn't have a complicated relationship with.
I
I'm
mean,
just
a very complicated. There's a
just
lot of. I mean,
saying.
Look,
I mean,
we're not going to talk about that. We haven't talked about it for, I don't know, 4 seasons now. I can't imagine
That's
that's
right.
going to change in season 5.
I will
That's
be
right.
bringing it up at every opportunity. But yeah, otherwise, the Harlock certainly is not an active spy, nor from a land of persons who may or may not have a lot of psionic powers. Question mark. May have been kind of a psionic prodigy back when. Also from a noble family, so there's that. Doesn't feel weird about it. But also got away from it pretty quick, so I think
went on
that
assignment,
tends to help, yeah.
but you're still on assignment.
You know, I mean, what everyone knows or doesn't know doesn't matter to them.
And now you of course were brought in because you represent this third large political group, right? The 3
Yes.
biggest groups in noted space are the Third Imperium, the Azenhard, and the Zodani Consulate.
Yes.
And you represent the Zodani, and the Zodani are seen by the Imperium as great villains, as you would know if you watch Crash Jones, because they're
Sure
psionic, they
are.
all control your brain, all of them.
Yep.
Yep. But the king seems to think that aligning with the Zodani might not be a bad idea. And you also having great skills were brought on for that.
And to do a little mind control here and there, but don't tell Wesley about that.
No. They have on their ship some other crew members. They have Wesley, a young man who is definitely 21, is not 21, who is their sort of mechanic, hangs out engineering, pretty earnest, has been traumatized recently by seeing some death. They have Evan, who is a Varger, which is sort of like a wolf person, who is their steward, who might be leaving because of some things that happened. They have an AI called Sue that looks like Johnny Cash, who is not at all worrisome, although maybe worrisome. And
Nope.
maybe this AI is worrisome because people have been feeding it the souls, the psionic energy of people that they've been torturing and murdering. And that might color their vibe a little bit. But I, again, would not worry about that so much. And then you have Kareen. Oh, I'm sorry. Kareen is no longer on the ship. So, when last we left off, our party had split. Severance and the Harlock, they had acquired a new ship called the Elaine, which is a very, very, very fast and very fancy yacht for like a noble's yacht that is jump forward capable. You can think of jump 2 as like your average, like how many parsecs you can jump in one go through it's like a warp jumping kind of a thing. 2 is average, but it's a good average, but most planets don't have 2 capabilities. They have 1. And many planets don't, if you're like in a kind of a backwater place like this one, don't even have the ability to jump at all. And so they can't really make it from star to star. And this is a jump 4 ship, which is really good. There are very few ships that are jump 4 capable, maybe big naval battle cruisers, but this one, or couriers, this one is a jump 4 ship. And the Harlock and Severance made their way to Drinax first to check in with the king, to let the king know that they've got this, to report in. I'm going to be a little bit vague here because not all the players are here for this. I'm going to just be a little bit vague in a way that will probably be a little bit distressing in a way that I like. They were here for a couple weeks. They met with the king. They found out there was some sort of shenanigans with Terrica's mother, Lady Hill. There was an announcement of a wedding. There was an announcement of a banquet. There are a number of really great dignitaries who are here. So that's great. Yeah, sure. Then the rest of the crew arrived in the Gambler, their ship. Not on the ship is one of their crew members. And on the ship is their one passenger, their one lone passenger, a professor. This professor is from the Imperium, and he studies grain fluctuations in the old Second Imperium from a very long time ago. It's very interesting, but he actually found some data that led him to believe that he could find out where the treasures of the old Sindalian Empire might be, and he had a globe that he believes is an information globe with probably the coordinates of the treasure, but because it's from the old Sindalian Empire, and these information globes would be sent out by the Emperor to the dukes, who would have the key. And there's only one person in the Trojan Reaches that would still have that ducal key, and that would be the kings of Drinax, because Drinax used to be a duchy under the Sindalian Empire before the Sindalian Empire fell. So he's on his way to try and go and see the king of Drinax to see if they can get the key to open up this information globe to find out where the big treasure is of the old Sindalian Empire, which will be pretty amazing. And our crew's been able to get 2 of the 4 globes. And he has arrived on the ship, the Gambler. I suppose I should just note a couple things. One thing that Greg would know, the trip back was rough. Greg, it was rough. It was real rough. It was so rough. It was
real bad.
It was real bad. In the sense that some people
It was
might
the
have
most
been
rough.
going through
It
withdrawal
was
symptoms.
the roughest thing you've ever seen.
So rough. Some people might have been going through withdrawal symptoms
Quite frankly,
and might have wanted to have more psionic drugs, but was not given them. And there was a lot of jumping that were they were not misjumps, but they were bad jumps. There's a lot of space sickness. A lot of people were vomiting and feeling disoriented and having migraines and feeling bad for about
For a
month.
long time.
Sounds like a lot of bad rolling. Is it a lot of bad rolling?
I
Is
will
that funny how a
say,
story can be turned around with a bad roll? Like you can bump
to
a
be
ship
fair,
or jump terribly, and it's really no fault of your own,
considering
but it
the
fucks everything
negatives
up.
that we were having to use on our rolls, we rolled pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
It
The
would
fact
have
that
been super easy to misjump and fuck it up real bad. It was like a 50-50 chance. It was real bad. It was-
Yeah.
Wait, did we miss a jump before? Did we have space sickness before you all got
Nope.
involved?
Nope.
Okay, I was just checking. I was just making sure we had that.
Nope.
To be
And the
fair,
thing is-
we didn't have someone who we were using jack of all trades to roll the J drop.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
piloting was
So-
also at like -4 or 5 for
Yeah.
half
No,
the
Well, it was
time.
an
-6
increasing
at one
negative.
point.
-6. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just an increasing
So,
negative.
It was
Because some
bad
people was going through
on
withdrawal
all
symptoms.
sides. One of us always
Some
succeeded.
people.
It's true.
It flip-flopped who that was, and thus we
Well,
always
no.
had space sickness.
I don't think Terrica made a bad pilot roll until we hit Drinax. And then the
No,
support
it was
roll,
before
they
that
fucked
because
up.
that's when Korean left.
Yeah. Karina's like, that's it. I'm out of here. Yep. Sorry. Karina's left
Mhm.
because so when somebody's going through withdrawal symptoms of a very important and powerful psionic drug, they had a -1 to their roll, and then a -2, then a -3, then a -4, and it would just go away if they took more drugs. And they did ask if they could have more
Multiple
drugs,
times.
but then some people did not let them have more drugs, and so then they were piling it at -6, so that was real bad. But nobody died. But it was
No
very
one
rough.
died.
Yeah, there's a
Yet.
A lot of
lot
puke
of-
though.
lot
Lot
of
of vomit.
puke.
A lot of puke. A lot of puke.
yes. Now,
Can I ask real quick?
Yes.
Like, I know that Val had to be like
Yeah.
pigeonholed somewhere. What was Val doing? Like, was Val sick or was?
Val was murdering
We di-
people.
We didn't roll your sickness checks, but it was definitely very
No,
possible.
I'm just trying to figure out. Like, was
Uh,
he?
Well, he was working on the
indisposed, I'm
suit.
assuming.
He was working
Okay,
the
good,
suit,
right.
but he also had to deal. There were also 3 children who also were having space sickness because they don't have the greatest constitution. So
Yeah.
he was doing a bunch of doctoring, really. To sort of
You
help take
you
care of-
doctored and suited. Doctors and suit.
Yeah.
Doctor and suit.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And everybody was
That's
a
all
little
I
bit
need to
off.
know. I'm good.
Yeah, just doctoring and suiting. But it was a bad trip. And as when we last left our crew, the gamblers had just arrived on Drinax, the floating palace of Drinax. I am going to show you a map because that is nice. Maps are nice. Let's do that. Let's show a map. Why don't we? I have to do this by hand. So the floating palace is a palace that is the size of a city. Originally, it did not hold a number of people the size of the city. It held the royal family, ambassadors, and advisors. But at this moment, everybody is packed onto this city. I had to update the map because the key was missing, but it is here. So if you look at the very center of the map, this is the throne room. And that's where people come to gather to see the king. There is this great throne of the Star Dragon Empire that is made up of a scrap of metal from each ship that the kingdom had vanquished. Although they actually took it from the old Sindalian Empire, it's actually the Sindalian Empire's throne. They got it before the empire fell. And so just in case anybody cares, this throne is older than the throne that the Third Imperium uses. In case anybody wanted to know who had the older and more impressive throne, just suck it, Third Imperium. But, you know, it's there. There is a lovely set of gardens that's right over here. These are the court chambers. I'm going to say something about that in a moment. These are the royal apartments. And these are the Star Guard barracks. And the Star Guard is basically the Air Force, military, Marines.
Rocketeers.
They're Rocketeers. They're soldiers with rocket packs that fly through the sky.
Yes.
And that's what they do.
I really wish I was a Rocketeer.
Hey, you know,
I'll fail out of it, you know that.
well, you never know. The court chambers
I know.
and the royal apartments have now been turned into living quarters because there are 70,000 people who live here. So all of the great sort of spaces are now full of people. Everybody is living on top of each other. What was once maybe the apartment of some noble is now the apartment of like 5 or 6 families. Because everybody's now packed into this place all at once. This here, up here, this is the palace where the royal family lives. 9, this is the ambassador's wing where all the ambassadors would have been, but this is currently where Terrica's family lives, and some of the most most influential advisors all live in that place. So they have slightly nicer places, not as cramped. It's very nice. Great hall, which again, people are living everywhere. There are cats everywhere. It's a whole big thing. We have 6 and 7 is the starport that's the general regular starport. If people wanted to come here to ever visit, they would come into that place. 5 down here, this is life support because you need to have a lot of it. This here, 4, this place here, this is the university with the Scholars Tower. This is where the accumulated knowledge, this whole place had a huge, terrible Dark Ages. This is like the Library at Alexandria. This is where like all the knowledge is still left. And that's also where Val studied with Terrica and also where Severance studied. So this is like a big, very lovely, wonderful place. This is a gallery, which also still has a lot of people living there. Everyone's living everywhere. we're going to get here. Oh, sorry. These Fs here, these things here are the entrances to the underlinth, which is basically inside of the floating palace. Like sometimes smugglers hang out there. You know what I mean? It's sort of like a
Sweet.
air tubes. You know how it is. You know. You cannot see it, but there's an entrance near the Starguard barracks to the gravity dungeons, which are cells, prison cells, underneath the floating palace within the gravity well. And the closer you get to the gravity well, the more G's of force you have put upon you. So it's never great
That's
to be.
sick.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Yeah. Hanging cells. And then the last two places I would like to mention, and I'm bringing them last because they are very relevant to this moment. 2 is that sort of purple space right there is the bazaar. So this is the big trade center. There's a trader named Rachado who is she has her trading. She does a lot of trading work there. Um, you see, you've got a bit of an issue where you don't have a lot of things like basic necessities, but you have diamonds encrusted on the walls of your palace. But again, there's a lot of stuff you don't have, and so the king of Drinax tends to have to give some of the important historical treasures of Drinax to this trader in exchange for some basic goods for everybody here in Drinax. So little bit by little bit, as time goes on, what is Drinax is lost a little bit piece by piece because you're above an irradiated planet where nothing grows and you're in trouble. So everybody's hopes are on you all. The hopes of the entire the people of Drinax are on you all to try to turn the fortunes around of this place. Next to the bazaar is number 1. And number 1 is the private docks of the king. They're the royal docks. And the royal docks there's like 3 good landing pads, and it's only for the royal family and also you all. You all get to fly into the royal docks because if you were doing, let's say, piracy or whatever, that's a place you can fly in and people are not going to know you flew in there. Like, it's a nice times, good times. So I thought that I would just take you to a new map, if you don't mind. It's quite large, so you'll have to just deal with it as you will. And you all in the audience, you're going to have to
oh boy.
Just you won't get the whole thing. I'll zoom out so you can get everything, but this here is the royal dock berth that you have arrived in. There is the gambler. It is to scale. It's about 40 meters long. And the dock itself leads up right into where the bazaar would be. We've got some buildings over here, about 100 meters away. And this whole area here, which is right there in the center, right, is full of shops, like stalls, not like shops like with stalls. Think about like a bunch of, like this whole place is cluttered with stalls. And there's some buildings there as well. And what had happened was, the ship landed. We made some luck rolls. Other people were more lucky than you all. That does happen sometimes. Which means Lady Hill, Terrica's mother, was able to arrive before the Harlock and Severance were able to arrive. Lady Hill shows up. Terrica is walking out with Quint. And Val is back inside the ship with the kids and like with the rest of the crew. Terrica and Quint walked out first. They kind of were like the vanguard of this. So everybody else is on the interior of the ship. And there was Terrica's mother, but without her retinue. She had 2 bodyguards, yes, but she didn't have all of her people, which might have been a little bit weird. Also, she clearly was on the lookout to find out when that ship arrived. And as Lady Hill is walking up towards Terrica and about to step onto the ship, Terrica's like, "Do not get on my ship." Terrica's mother, who is exciting, does not pay attention to what her child has to say and decides to keep going anyway. Terrica pulls out their sword, threatens their mother. Their mother just pushes the sword away because their mother is condescending and frustrating, and continues to move forward to try to say something to her daughter, to her child. And Terrica wants to know why Lady Hill... Terrica was the captain of a merchant ship years ago. that merchant ship was weirdly ambushed by some Aslan in a way that was a little bit odd and a little suspicious, because why would you know where they were? It seemed very targeted. Terrica made a very bold and heroic move to try to take a shuttle out with money, gear, that kind of stuff, to draw these attackers away. But the attackers totally ignored Terrica and then just took the entire crew, and maybe killed them. And Terrica has been traumatized by this ever since. And Terrica is certain that it was their mother who did this, that orchestrated the attack on their ship so that Terrica would have to come back to Drinax and be under the thumb of their mother. And so Terrica wanted to know why she did this, and used psionically, broadcasted psionically, out loud psionically, in the voice of this ancient evil warlord, why did you do this? This may have been heard by other people. And the mother steps forward and gets shot. Well, sorry, that's not right. Quint notices that there's a glint way, way far away in one of these buildings on the other side of the bazaar that's can see the port, the dock, sees a glint in the window and is like, oh, no, sniper. Gets in front of Terrica to save them.
Because we knew there was an assassin after Terrica.
Because we knew there was an assassin. The sniper shoots, and the sniper hits their target, which was not Terrica, but Terrica's mother. And Terrica's mother gets shot with a sniper rifle real bad. And as Terrica's mother is dying, Terrica's mother explains that she did not do this, that Val did. That it was Val who arranged for Terrica's ship to be attacked and their crew to be killed. And
that's the face of knowing right there.
And there was a deception check to see whether or not Terrica's mother was lying, and the answer is no. Terrica's mother was telling the truth. So that right there, the shot.
Yeah.
As the Harlock and Severance are at the right, they're pretty far away. They're in the bazaar area, like they're about to hit into the dock area. They see this. There's a sniper back there, and as Lady Hill is falling, Terrica slaps their mother in front of the bodyguards. As the mother is dying. So that is where we left.
It's exactly where we left.
That is exactly where we left our episode. We left our episode where Terrica threatened their mother in public and then attacked their mother in public. There is a sniper shot that has been silenced, so nobody knows that there was a sniper shot. Nobody could hear it. But you all know because you see...
I knew. I saw.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mother falls. There's blood everywhere. And Greg rolled initiative. Greg, it's...
Greg rolled.
It is your turn. Everybody else has gone.
Yep.
Well, what do I have to roll to clear my name, help out my friends, exit the ship? I mean...
Why don't you reload the rifle?
I probably... Did I even hear any of this? If I'm in the ship?
You did not hear the sniper shot, but I believe Quint did not yell because he did not want to cause a scene. But you can hear,
don't cause a scene.
You're inside the ship, and the landing flap, the
Oh, you're right, landing
plank.
flap.
The plank, yeah.
No, landing
right,
flap.
is down, right? So you are inside, and you can see with the flap down, you can see Terrica and their mother and Quint and these two bodyguards, which are not that and you see.
I'm in eyesight with them then.
You're in eyesight.
I thought I was deep in the.
Well,
you would have seen me step in front of Terrica, real quick, as if to intercept something for a moment, and then turn to Terrica, and you might have even overheard this because it would have been loud enough for at least Terrica to say, "Get on the ship. There is a sniper."
And then Lady Hill goes down, and it's your turn. Surprise!
Surprise! Talk about surprise round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I'm stunned, so I lose my turn. Now,
Can't do that. I already did that.
did you already do
Sorry.
that?
Nope, sorry.
Take
Okay,
it.
That roll is taken.
Okay, so assuming, let me just set myself up so I don't do anything stupid because I don't really know where I am.
Please do.
Not a
If I
thing.
am, we're just assuming that I had eyeline sight to Terrica and Quint, and I could see Lady Hill. Could I see her get hit?
Well, you don't hear it, but you see just blood, just all over. Just
Oh, it's silenced.
yes.
Yeah,
Like it was a
is.
silent shot. Oh,
Mhm.
Yeah.
oh, shit.
And
I
also
mean,
not
what you see
laser.
is what you
There's
see
a lot
is
of fucked up
Terrica,
stuff going on.
Terrica with the sword threatening their mother. Their mother
Okay.
not taking Terrica seriously at all. And then
Surprise.
blood
Annoying.
everywhere, and then Terrica
Quint noticing something,
slapping. Yeah,
going in front, and then blood everywhere. Because I did
And
do
then
that before the
Terrica's-
sniper hit. Yeah.
hitting their mother. Yeah.
Okay, so can we? I don't want to retcon anything, but
Mm.
can we just say that if Val saw that there was like
It's
the
your turn. So
possi-
this is the moment.
Okay, but what I'm saying is Val would have been aware then that Lady Hill was in the vicinity upon her approach. Was there like an exchange before this? Was there conversation, or did she literally just appear and like charge the gambler?
She did.
Ugh.
She
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
She had something
We
very
landed.
urgent
She
to
was
say.
walking up.
Yeah, she
Yes.
wanted to say something, and then there was silence, and then there was the like, uh, don't take a foot on my ship, and then there was the sword, and then then I think then Quint said something, then the shot, and then Lady Hill said, my little bird said it was Val. I don't know who could have heard that though.
I think
But
it was just
that's
you.
what
Right.
she said.
It was
I'm
very
assuming
okay.
Val has no
Just
idea
Terrica.
that that was said.
I think it was
Okay.
just
That's right,
Terrica.
Yeah.
Because you
And
were
what I
'cause
said
you
was,
would've-
"There's
you
a
would've
sniper. Get
spent
back on the ship."
the turn before moving
true.
forward, right? So at the top of this, you're at the end of the round. You're the last person in the round. So you have just gotten to the space where you can see just what happened, right? You see that moment.
Okay.
So
I
you've
don't know
not
if this
missed
is good.
anything, as it were.
Okay, great. Yeah, nothing. I'm all caught up now. Okay, so can I do this then? If Val suspected that there was going to be any type, if it doesn't need to even suspect that there was trouble, Val would have the suit near him, camouflaged, because we were landing somewhere that he wouldn't be entire. He doesn't like Drinax whatsoever. So I mean, again,
It's
if
your
the
home.
suit, if there's something right, if there's something wrong with Drinax, then, or wrong with the suit, I won't have it near me. But
yeah.
would it be something that he could, because he keeps it, I've talked to you before, Trooper, he has it camouflaged near him at almost all times if he's
That's not at all questionable.
right, but surprise.
Yes. You can. I mean,
Can I?
Because you guys. I mean, here's the thing. You were just landing on the planet. It was pretty normal, right? Like well, the flight was not great. There was some space sickness. But
Terrica did ask you to help pilot in, and they
Yeah.
were
Yes.
the alternate to pilot in, by the way.
Oh, I should. Yeah, that is important.
Because
to
that's
say
how
that-
bad it got. Yeah, we
it
fucked
was
up a
real
lot of
bad.
astrogation checks. I looked back. It wasn't the piloting checks we failed. It was the astrogation.
It was
I
was-
either
yeah.
yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
The
Yeah.
only problem is that everybody blames Terrica because
Sorry.
Terrica was in withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah.
And
So-
Terrica, being Terrica,
Okay.
is like, oh yeah, it was totally me. It was all my fault. Don't blame Quints. Like,
Yeah.
Well, the astrogation was you.
Yeah.
That was
it's true, but not. I mean, I nailed the astrogation except for one roll because I only had to hit 4 on the astrogation. The reality is Terrica just didn't have the wherewithal to be able to
flip-flopping. It was
cover the jump drive. So
It was
Yeah.
bad. It was
And the
bad.
thing is that Terrica insisted on piloting the
Yeah.
entire time, despite all
Yeah.
the terribleness, except for the very
So
end
bad.
when Terrica realized that they were having some serious problems with
After an
withdrawal.
intervention.
after an intervention,
And so asked
Yeah.
Val to take the piloting for that last bit.
Really? Okay.
yeah.
All right.
I should let
Back.
you know that.
Okay.
Which is probably
All
why
right.
you're a little bit late to get in because you had to finish the piloting stuff.
Right. Okay.
But
Narratively,
yeah.
I understand he's coming down from the bridge.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So can I do this?
Yes.
Val would,
Sorry.
if he saw the shot go down, he heard, again, correct me if any of this is wrong, he heard Quint yell out sniper or get inside, there's a fucking sniper. Or
Yeah.
The word sniper was used.
Yeah. Did not yell though. Said it kind of quietly so that people within the vicinity could hear, but not people out there. So you could hear it because you're.
I
Because I
can
know
hear
that
close enough,
I
yeah.
spotted the
Yeah.
location. I've got my eyes on where the sniper is. I've not taken my eyes off of that.
Gotcha. Okay, so can Val do this just to get my round over so I can figure out what the fuck's going on?
It's
Can he-
promises, yeah.
Right. Can he start running towards the gangplank? And as he does so, can the suit appear in front of him and he just runs into the rear of it, and it, coalesces
Yes.
around the back of him?
Yes.
Then that's what he would do. And if I have enough movement, not knowing really spatially how much movement I have, he would push or do whatever he needs to do to get the additional movement. He wants to get down and literally stand in front of Terrica and Quint if he can act as a shield, because I've got not a ton of armor, but a lot of armor, so.
That's easy peasy. For those of you who do not know, in Traveler, you can do a major action and a minor action, or you can trade in your major action for 2 more minors. You can do 3 minor. And this is basically going to be move, get into the suit and move, right? So that's just 3 minor actions right there to move right in front. Easy peasy.
Hell yeah.
Top of the round.
So that's what you would do. Just come down and
Yes.
get in front.
Top of the round. Now, of course, you are at some minuses because of you're not trained enough yet. We have some rolls for you all to make.
We do.
Your studying rolls, but
I checked, though. I don't have to roll at a minus for the armor that I'm wearing.
That's true.
because you have to have back suit, right? 'Cause that's the for doing stuff. But I think the rest of the stuff that people in the gamblers probably have spent enough weeks that you can probably roll for your education when we get done. But top of the round, 12. That's the sniper. Excellent.
Sniper.
Okay, 9s, which is everybody except for Val. Who has the highest dexterity?
It's me or Harlock, I think. I've got
Yeah.
12.
The Harlock, what do you have?
I'm looking 10.
Severance, what's your dex?
It is. Remembering where my character sheet is. What's my character's name? Oh yeah, it's this long ass name. There we go. 8. Yeah, my combat skills are poo poo.
Yeah, but you have other ways to impact combat that way. So it's Quint, then Harlock. The Harlock, pardon me, I'm so sorry. Quint, then the
dare you.
Harlock. I know. And then it is Terrica. What's your dex?
Mine is 7. I have real bad decks.
Okay.
Oh.
Then it's Severance, then Terrica, and then our guards. Our bodyguards go after. So Quint, it's you.
Well,
Yeah.
I have 2 options.
Mhm.
Well, 3, I guess. Well, what, 2.5? I could slap a trauma pack on your mom to try to make that medic check to have
But
her
that
not
was a
kill
joke.
over. Because I don't think you've told me a little bit about your relationship with your mother, maybe, Terrica? In prep for Drinax?
You are
Terrica did not share with anybody about the sniper.
Oh, there we go.
No.
Yep, I was muted. Sorry. No,
Totally.
I did share Quint. Quint is the only
Yes.
person that Terrica
Because
told
that's why I'm
about the sniper.
bodyguarding for
Yes,
you.
yes.
Yeah. But I don't think Terrica would have said a whole lot about Lady Hill. Probably the people, yeah, because like, other than that there is an entity called Lady Hill who has a lot of control.
Okay.
Like that's probably what they would have said. They would have not connected themselves.
Well, it
to-
seemed pretty antagonistic, this conversation here, so I'm gonna skip the trauma pack. Try to pin down this assassin. Oh boy, I'll see if that's a good choice. I'm going to... Gosh, if I yell, I don't even know. It's so far.
It is. It's over 100 meters.
I would like to psionically connect to the Harlock while running in this direction. Because it seems that I trust Terrica with Val and the suit. So,
So just so you know, the scale here is that each hex is 1.5 meters, and you can move 6 for your move. So you can move
Okay.
4 hexes.
Okay.
And just to remind you all,
2.
it is very far away from that sniper.
Yeah, which is why I want to psionic I want to telepathy to the Harlock
Please roll your telepathy.
or the Harlock and Severance. Either one, just connect those guys.
Mhm.
I don't
It's
want
not
to
very far
broadcast
psionically.
big. Val can be in it too, but I know Val doesn't like me. But you know, if he wants to get on the call line, he can.
The
Hold
party,
on,
the
wait.
party line.
If we don't, our characters don't like you. Do we have to be a part of the call line?
You can
didn't know that was
choose
an
not
option.
to accept.
Okay,
You
perfect.
could choose not to accept the call.
Okay.
In this situation, Val would accept. We're in, like,
Oh, in this situation, I'm not going to accept it.
Yeah.
That's a
Just for the
5. That's
for the-
all you need
just for
to
chaos.
Yep.
make
We're
that
good.
connection. But spend a
And
psionic point, please.
I would love to, just to get that connection established, and it's just the sniper.
Anybody who's connecting in needs to make a psionic roll.
Okay. Ooh.
Okay, fine.
It's
I'll do it.
It's
Does it matter
party
which
call.
psionic roll or just any psionic roll?
Telepathy.
Thank you.
telepathy.
All right, I forgot
Oh.
how this.
Sorry,
Have-
mind link. Telepathy. It's mind link. Yeah.
Oh darn! I
Okay.
rolled a 2. Oh, I guess I didn't. Oh, I guess I
Oh.
can't connect.
Oh.
Is
no.
telepathy part of
That's a 10.
awareness?
It's telepathy. It's its own category.
It's you
Oh,
can just
I
roll
don't
psionic
have it
strength
then.
though if you need to.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll try. We'll see what it.
Well, actually, you can't. If you do
You
not
can't?
have that
Oh.
talent, you can't do it. However, you, Terrica, can use your noble of
Oh, the noble, the true liege,
yeah.
or the noble avatar. Oh no, wait, I do. Oh no, I do have telepathy. You're right. I forgot that I have the noble version.
Yes,
Ah,
but it
excuse me.
has to be. Yes, you have to be tapping into your nobility. Just recognizing that about you.
You do seem to be having a lot of authority on this gangplank. That's all
There
I'm
we
gonna
go.
say.
That's
Mhm.
exactly, I think, what's happening.
Everybody
Is that good
spend
enough?
1 of your psionic points. You are in the party line, but not Severance, except that Severance is able to. If you want to connect with the Harlock or Terrica, those two you have advantage on. You have a boon when you ever want to connect with them.
Okay.
And some people are kind of always connected. The Harlock and oh no, that has been severed actually. The link between the Harlock and Val has been severed. You don't know it yet, but yeah.
Oh. Can
Yeah.
I pull these points off
Nobody
of my
knows it.
brooch
yes, you can
instead of? Okay, cool. I'm gonna do that.
Cool.
because
Would-
you are using your noble lineage after all.
Would Harlock not know that? I feel like
Oh, you would know it. Ever since Val did that thing on Tick Tick and made that break,
I know
your
of it.
connection has.
I would because she is connected to everyone
Yes.
at all times, so I
Yes.
would imagine she
Yes.
would be like.
You
"Oh,
can
thank
still
God,
connect
I
to
don't
each
have
other,
to
but it's
listen
no
to this
longer
anymore."
automatic and free
Got it.
as it had been.
So Quint just says sniper silenced rifle if it seem, and then I will give the location. I don't know exactly where that is on the map, but I saw that glint in the window at this building, like 12 o'clock from my direction, whatever direction. I would relay that instantly to everyone in our group knows where the sniper's at.
The sniper you saw
Terrica may be a
come-
target.
came out of this window in this building, way down.
Okay,
I feel like there's a like in focus ping. Whoop. Ta-da.
nice.
Oh, I like the focus ping. That's very handy.
Right.
Yeah.
Way over there.
Oh yeah, that's way over there. Oh, mama.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
rolled a real good spot sniper
Yes.
check.
Yes. You two are much
Wow.
closer than anybody else to that person who, by the way,
Which is mostly why I wanted
has
to
taken
connect
a
to you
turn.
two, but everyone knowing where the sniper is not a bad thing, so I'm just gonna tell it to you guys. Not loud broadcast, but to you guys. While
Terrica
I'm
will
running that way.
Terrica will probably also add Oh shoot. And they'll flash like an image of what their father looks like and say he may be a target as well.
Hmm, hmm. Actually, let's put this on the GM layer because I know where that person is going.
And that's my turn. I've moved all I can. I've done a telepathy thing. Unless I can sprint. I don't think I can.
No, because that telepathy is a major action.
That's what I thought. So, but there are people who are much closer than me in sprinting. So that's why I yelled at that. I'm done.
The Harlock, what about you?
Yeah, so with that information, the Harlock would be able to know exactly where this person is, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Second floor, window.
Yeah.
You're in public, by the way. Just in case you were.
Yeah, no,
Just
I think what she would do is psionically attack this person.
Oh.
You cannot see them.
Do they have to be in visual sight?
You have to be able to sense them, which means you'll have to probably do your awareness to be able to sense them first.
Okay, I'll do that then. I
So
will
that because you have to, you have to know who they are.
Yeah, which I imagine knowing their location will make the awareness pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Because there are a lot of people here because you've got a whole bazaar.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I'm able to narrow it down for you.
Hey.
Second story window of this building.
Yes.
Yes. That's a 13 on awareness.
Oh, that's very good.
I know everything about them.
So I believe at this point in time you are probably, I just would like to know, are you using tactical awareness?
I was using...
That's clairvoyance.
Oh, that is. You're right. I take it back. It's not 13. Everyone calm down.
Oh.
I refuse to be calm.
I will not. That's right. Awareness is your own. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Here we go. Clairvoyance. Here we go. 8.
That's what you needed for this. So with clairvoyance, this is your ability to sort of sense, right? Mm-hmm. And there's 2 different ways to sense. You can sense with telepathy, which is just sense life in general. Mm-hmm. But tactical awareness allows you to perceive dangers and foes around you using your clairvoyant abilities. And it lets you, not darkness, fog, environment, none of these things matter. You can detect hidden foes, right? So this is the thing you want in that moment. Mm-hmm. Spend 2 of your psi points.
Sure will. All right. Now.
So I will say this.
Yes.
You reach out your mind. This place where you're at right now.
Mm-hmm.
The docks are not full of people because the docks are private. They're the royal docks. But the bazaar is full of people. There are minds everywhere. And when you reach out to scan all, you have long distance on this, which means you're scanning out to 250 meters. And this is a place that is so densely packed. There's so many voices, so many minds, so many of them. It is, you are very sensitive to these things. And this is quite a bit for you. You know what I mean? You know what I mean.
Oh, yes.
Yes. You spend your thoughts. And what you hear mostly is just the low-level chatter of people and voices. And you try to find this enemy, this person. And as you search, there is a sense. You can feel it. There is a mind. It is a psionically capable mind. You can tell that from the distance, right? As you reach out, there's a different flavor to those minds who are trained. One that you know well. Somewhat powerful, and this mind is moving. They are clearly moving quickly to leave their sniper position, if you know what I mean. And I will tell you, you may certainly assault them, but assaulting people who are sonically capable is quite difficult. Assaulting people who are not sonically capable, real easy, which is why people are nervous about psionic people.
Well, the Harlock is very highly trained, though.
Yes, you are.
So I think it would be worth dueling this out.
That will be your next turn. You have tracked them. You know where to find them, right? You've got their mind on a little radar. As they are fleeing the scene, you can track them.
You could probably move too. Movement.
Yes, you can. You've got 4 hexes.
Yeah, I don't. Would I need to move to stay? Because I don't think the Harlock would draw attention by moving.
Well, for assault, you want to get within 10 meters.
I do. Okay.
Yeah.
So
you're going to want to move.
In which case, yes.
You can track them up to 250, but to assault them, you need to be within 10. You need to be in short distance.
Okay. Then we're on the move.
Or you can get up to 50 if you spend double the psionic points for your assault.
Got it.
Just you have to boost yourself.
Then.
Well, if you did, you could double it one more time. You can double twice. So you could do it at a fairly long range.
It's a lot of side points, though.
Okay.
It's a lot of side points. You could do it from here. You could.
Okay.
But it costs 8 side points to assault someone mentally. So if you wanted to increase your range, you'd be looking at, a lot. And if you don't have the side points, it comes off your physical health. Which,
Yeah, I'll scooch a little closer.
You would need 32 side points to hit long range.
Neat. And I only have, since I only did the clairvoyance.
Awareness.
Do I have clairvoyance though?
Yeah.
Right.
That's just 2 for the tactical awareness.
Okay. Do I have just one move?
Yes, because you did a major action, which was the psionic.
Then I have moved. I would imagine the Harlock would be kind of drifting in that direction, somewhat hurriedly, but again, trying not to draw a lot of attention, especially given everything.
And right now, you're just moving like a normal person, so nothing seems mysterious. Severance.
Yes.
What would you like to do?
So looking at the map here, we have are these pillars? Are these pillars here?
Which ones?
These things here. I don't know if I'm doing my pinging.
Oh, I see you. Yes, those are pillars. They're structural supports. Yeah.
Yes. And this is all within. As I'm not a fighter, I need to sort of know the environs. So this is all open, yes?
Yes,
Except
it's all
these
open.
Pillars?
Yeah. So the area here is all pretty much open. There might be like little crates.
And that's
right?
like a down ramp.
Yeah, that's a down ramp,
Okay.
and there are some
Yes.
crates there, right? So like some crates, some storage, right? But that's
Okay, so there's
this
like
area
cover.
here- Yeah. Oh, absolutely. There's also this area where this walkway is pretty open, but this whole area here with this sort of sandy color, there are a bunch of stalls, and here, so there's actually quite a bit of activity in front of these buildings and around them because it's pretty packed. So you've got a lot of there are like people walking. There are people like there's like a stall that's selling things
up in here.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
my! I thought this
There
was
are
just
no
a big,
people-
vast, empty.
Oh
Okay.
no. There are no people
Okay.
here where you're at. right?
Right.
But this area here is full of people and market stalls.
What area?
And
Over there. Okay.
yeah. This is the walkway itself, so it's not particularly full, but
Right.
there are some people walking. But this area is the bazaar, so there are shops, there are stalls, there are people.
Do I know which
everywhere.
direction this shot came from?
If the Harlock told you,
Right.
because
So, and I don't think they have. But I did see
they're
this
moving.
happen.
Yes.
So I did
yes,
see Lady Hill get shot. And
Well,
fall.
no, you saw Terrica attack Lady Hill, and then Lady Hill go down. Is what you saw.
Oh.
Because
And then I saw the Harlock just like turn tail and run
the other direction.
the other direction and like with a
Walking
bit of a-
rapidly.
And also Val
not
come out in
running.
his big suit and stand
Yes.
between
Yes.
Right.
some
Yes.
stuff.
So I
Yes.
don't really know what is going on.
It looks bad.
Right. It's confusing. Is really what it is. I'm going to Harlock. Where are you going? What is the point? What is happening?
Could I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Would it be fair to say that the Harlock is moving in that kind of
The
battle
New York
ready?
Minute. Okay.
You know, in that kind of I feel like the Harlock can be intense sometimes.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I feel, given the amount of time they've spent together, plus being in a, if not outright combat situation, I mean, even into the past, like a mission situation at least.
Yeah.
So I think that Severance would have seen the difference between strolling Harlock and shit's going down Harlock.
Okay. So this is shit's going down, Harlock.
Yes, becomes very like almost military style movement.
All right. I guess I will stay on the heels of the Harlock because I don't know what's happening.
I have a question for you.
I think. Well, Terrica. I saw Terrica just hit their
Yes.
mother.
Hit their mother. Just hit their mother, and their mother has just gone down. And then Val comes out in the
The
suit.
Harlock goes in a different direction. I don't. Maybe I'm just gonna actually hoggle here. How many things can I move for?
4. Unless you want to use all of your actions to get
Move.
3 moves, basically. I will note, if you want to, you can roll leadership.
Yes, but I'm not sure what I would be leading.
Mhm.
Very well. I will.
I'm just
roll
putting some people, by the way. I'm just putting some people around.
some meeples on the board. Thank
Some little
you.
meeples on the board.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll leadership, but I'm not entirely sure why.
Leadership is a move that anyone who has the skill can do.
And I have
And-
that now.
You do have it now, officially.
Right.
And however many successes you get, you can give 1 to somebody as a +1 to whatever roll they're making.
What?
It's
However many successes I get can give as
It's
what?
your effect, right? So you roll either
love this.
intelligence, education, or social standing, leadership, and whatever you make above 8, whatever effect you get, those are free +1s you can give to people on your team.
All
Would
right,
that-
wonderful. I'll do
Real
that.
quick, would that be +1s to something including, like, I don't know, brain
Anything.
powered attacks?
Anything.
So it's like a
Somebody may need
inspiration,
that
sorta.
soon.
Mhm.
I will say, the Harlock, what are you doing, and what is Val doing? Val, and I'm going to give 1 +1 to Val, and I'm going to give 1 plus to the Harlock.
Oh. And you can also just wait. You can give it whenever you want. You have it. You have this is a pool that you have. You have a 2 that you can use from now on whenever you want to give it. It's
I could just
stored.
accrue it and then just be like, I'm giving you that. You can have it.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, never mind.
So like
I will.
you've basically what you've done is you've assessed the situation. Like you are
Dope.
assessing the situation, and
Yes.
you now have 2 +1s that you can give out as a free action whenever you like
But I could.
through your
that's awesome.
leadership.
But I can still move at least
Yes.
4. Only 4.
Yes.
Because I used my skill. Okay. I will move 4 in this. I still confused. I'm gonna do one of these, I think, where I just sort of, and that's gonna be what I do.
Could I get a
I
roll
just
from
sort
you?
of walk in a circle because I'm not entirely sure where to go. There's a lot of things happening. Just a roll, any roll.
I would need a streetwise. I think would be the best roll,
Okay.
based on wisdom.
So intelligence.
Uh, um, yes, intelligence
I have an 8.
or investigation. Either investigation or streetwise, whichever one is better for you.
Whichever one is
They both would work.
better. I think they're probably the same.
Uh,
Funny story. I don't have investigation. So yeah, it's streetwise. It is.
As you are assessing what's going on, right? Like
Yes.
you're going into leadership mode. You're trying to find out, okay, this is what's happening there. You don't have all the information. You're not in the party line, but you're trying to check out the scene. You're surveying the scene.
I am in the open. All right.
You notice some people hustling to the scene. And I need to tell you something about who these people are. And so nobody around you, none of these people wandering around notice anything happening, right? They don't seem to be aware of anything strange because, again, that sniper check was silenced. So they don't know anything. Nobody is reacting to anything strange happening out here. Except you see two people hustling towards the area. And these two people, by the way, one of which you know. I mean, okay, look, you've been up here before. You've been on the palace. And so it's actually kind of hard not to know everybody. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is a very small community. So you sort of know everyone who's anyone. And if there's somebody new that you know that too. You see there is not a permanent resident, but there is a journalist. Yes.
Okay.
There is a journalist, and they're like holographic sort of camera person. And they are moving with a quickness towards, it looks to you like they're heading towards the docks. They look like they know something is up. Nobody else seems to know anything is up, but they look like they know something is up, and they seem to be heading towards the docks, probably for a story. Some sort of story.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And where are they?
They are our lovely pink meeples, right over here.
Boy.
They're heading towards whatever happened.
Right.
Nobody
I
else
will make
is aware.
I will make my 4 X's this way.
Yeah. Terrica.
This way. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Hey.
Terrica, you've just assaulted your mother.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And your mother is
To be
on the
fair,
ground, and there's blood everywhere.
She accused my best friend of murder, if not slavery. So, okay, she's on the ground right in front of Terrica.
Bleeding. There's
Bleeding.
there's a lot of blood.
I imagine it's pretty.
It's kind of like a
Um,
fragmented round. Not great.
is Val right in front of Terrica, like between Terrica and Lady Hill prone, or?
If I be allowed to do this, as soon
Please.
as I know it's off turn a little bit, but it was kind of the same time. As soon as Quint said that's where the sniper is, he would have just positioned himself so he is as between that point and Terrica as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So that means he would be in front of you and Lady Hill, is what it looks like to me. Let's get Val over there.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Let's get Val.
Because they're more parallel and you'd have to be in front of them. So yeah.
Yeah. So it looks to me like Val would probably be right about there.
Then,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
oh man, this is so cold. I
Mhm.
don't want to do it, but I think Terrica would. I think Terrica will snap to the bodyguards, take care of your lady. Then they'll like rest a hand on the suit, like you would with like a friend as you like
Mhm.
touch their back of like thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're gonna march to their room. I don't tell me how much I can do here.
You can
What
move
I want
4.
them to do. I can move 4.
Oh, well, if you take all of your actions as movement, you can move all the way up in there.
Oh, okay. Um, well, okay, wait. How much data storage do I have on my personal computer again?
A pretty decent amount. I mean, not like mainframe amount, but you've got a pretty decent amount. By the way, the bodyguards don't look happy. I just thought I'd share that with you.
Oh, I imagine they're very not happy. To be fair, Terrica isn't either, so everyone's unhappy. Womp womp. Um,
They look really not happy.
okay. Well then, so I've got plenty of storage space on my computer.
And just for the record, it doesn't, Quint has not been sprinting. None of y'all have really been sprinting yet. And so you're not drawing huge amounts of attention if you aren't right here, right where the ship has landed. Because none of you have been shouting. You've all been speaking at a pretty normal level. People are hustling, but the bodyguard just saw you assault Lady Hill, but you're not drawing attention from all the people out in the bazaar.
That was the goal of the not
Yeah.
shouting. Yeah, it didn't seem wise to attract a ton of attention to this moment in time, particularly.
Mm-hmm.
Is Lady Hill still conscious?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
There's a lot of blood.
Can the news
Sniper rifles
reporter
do a lot of damage.
Oh boy. Can the news reporter see Terrica at this point?
The news reporter is way far away. Like the news reporter is like over 100 yards away. Like they've not even turned the corner. They cannot see anything in this area because they're too far away.
Not
what
yet.
kind of disruption happens when a person teleports?
Well, if you teleport, people who are looking will notice it.
Yeah. But only people who are looking, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I'm not convinced.
I think other people are going to know, but and this might be stupid, but here we go. I think they would try this. They're going to try and teleport to Lady Hill's office.
Okay. Hi. You have the teleport skill, do you not?
I do.
Mm-hmm. This is a place you know well. I'm going to need you to make a teleportation check. You must have pre-knowledge, which you do, because this is your home. Would you like to teleport with just your clothing? Would you like to teleport with your clothing? Is my first question.
The
Because
only
some people before have not.
You don't need to.
It's true.
They're just weighing you down.
They shredded their way through their clothing before, if I recall correctly. Ultimately, the most important thing for Terrica to teleport with is their personal computer.
If you would like to be anything other than naked, the difficulty is 10.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah. So this is going to cost you 2 and your difficulty is 10.
Okay. Can I take this off of my brooch?
The points itself?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see what that roll is. Oh, that's such a bad roll.
That's a
Uh,
4.
Yep,
That's
pretty
a
bad.
4. That's real bad.
Mhm.
But
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of luck, and I really, really, really want to do this. So I'm gonna put 6 luck into this.
There is a +1 from your leader.
Oh,
Also,
well, does he want to
Dad,
give that to
if-
Terrica,
if-
though? Oh,
That's a good question. I don't know.
We haven't had that conversation.
I'll allow
I
it.
don't know. Before you take it, I need to know how this works out RP wise. How
Okay.
it's not just really, Severance, it's all good for you. I just want to know how Terrica receives the guidance and support of their Severance.
There's Severance. Amazing.
Severance, you can see Terrica is concentrating on something, right? Like there's
Right.
there's something going on. There's
Yes,
like a command, and then tell me how you were able to aid if you so desire.
I think from this far away,
Mm-hmm.
which is so far, Terrica looks over. I'm thinking maybe it was me pitching. Maybe Terrica just breezes over, and I'm like, I got my thumb in the air. I'm like proud of you for slapping her. Good job.
Oh.
But you can't. I can't really say anything or scream. I just sort of like it may not be like a big thumbs up, but
Yeah.
maybe it's like it's an acknowledge, but it has to be big enough where you can see me from
Yeah.
70 plus meters away.
Yeah.
But whatever the feeling is, that
Yeah.
it's approval.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Because they have
Mm.
not had a whole lot of that for their choices in their life.
Mm.
Anyway,
And how
I
does
think
it feel?
before they wink out of existence, they will say to Val, "I'll be right back."
Is Val allowed to respond?
Yes, please do. Talking is free.
Is that your fucking mother?
I think as they're disappearing, it will be like, hopefully not anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
As he looks at the two guards.
Mm-hmm.
I think they would have not said that part loud enough for no, actually they probably wouldn't have cared. They would have it would
No,
have
no, no.
just
I didn't mean
it was a conversation.
Right. I didn't mean that he was outing Terrica or anything like that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
meant that,
Okay.
now it's him, a dying Terrica's mom, and two guards. Did I mention at the top of this episode how much I hate combat?
Look, I'm right
Okay,
next to
good.
the two guards as well. Still, I haven't moved past that. Can't
Okay,
wait
get
to see
'em.
what they do. I'm
Get 'em.
kind of like,
Get him, Quint.
let's
Yeah, right,
let's
yeah.
escort them all onto the ship and pretend this never
Party
happened.
with no
And
fighters.
have a conversation.
You scrape their mom off the floor. I'll get the guards.
Uh-huh.
To the ship.
I'm gonna pick up Terrica's mom, and
But the guards get to go first before you.
I understand that, but I'm just saying.
We'll see what they do.
I guess as they're like evaporating, Val's just gonna say, "I guess I'll try and save her." He has no idea what happened.
Nope.
Yeah.
If he
that is
knew,
true.
I don't think he'd be
Terrica.
trying to save her.
You concentrate. You focus your mind on your home. And as you focus your mind, it's like you get that sort of tunnel vision and like everything sort of goes dark. And then everything gets really, really hot. Your body is hot as you move from one place to the next in the blink of an eye. And that is very uncomfortable. The Harlock could probably tell you about this, but they tend to wear special suits when they teleport because the farther of a distance you teleport, they actually, and either higher or lower, there's a conservation of energy thing that makes it very, very dangerous to
Would
teleport.
have been nice to know. I don't know, episode 3 or 4.
But you didn't know that. And you were kind
Now
of
I
messed up
know.
afterwards.
But now I know.
And anyway, you
You
didn't
did-
need your clothes. It's fine.
Yeah, you didn't lose your clothes; they were burned off of you.
Yeah, right.
It was like, wasn't great.
They were
And you get that
phased
heat.
through me.
Oh yeah, no, they phased through. It was really uncomfortable.
Yeah,
You
it
did
was
not
really
have-
gross.
you did not have that was not a pleasant experience for you. Um, yeah, and so you might heat up or you might cool down depending, but you get sort of like sort of this extreme temperature, and you find yourself in your mother's office in the ambassadorial area.
Oh,
And
actually, to be,
yes,
if I could, and maybe this will change things. So
Mhm.
I'm sorry if it does. They would have teleported to the place where they know that their mother keeps her information. That's what they're trying.
her
That's what they're
office.
teleporting toward. Her office. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, perfect.
yeah. In her quarters with your dad.
Yeah,
And
father.
yes, and as you sort of emerge out of this space, you see your mother's office, and there are um, things knocked over. It looks as if somebody's ransacked this place, and your not biological father, uh, Lady Hill's husband, is there, and he has been shot in the back of the head, and there is blood all over the desk, and there is a gun that's on the ground that is sort of like you can smell the gunpowder.
Shit.
And then you can hear Lord Hill, Lord Hill, Lord Hill. It's the guard's turn. Guard one rushes forward, leaps through the air to tackle Terrica, who attacked Lady Hill.
Okay, perfect.
Right? Just leaps, rushes, jumps, and you just evaporate before they can actually reach you. And they sort of hit the ground as you are nowhere. They are now on the ground in front of you, Val, and the other one pulls their gun out. They've got a laser gun. They point it at you, Quint, and they say, "Don't move."
I don't. Quint
Hey.
doesn't laugh. I'm laughing.
I will note these are bodyguards of Drinax. These are
rocket guys.
They don't have their rockets on, right? But they are.
Okay.
But they are like these are parts of the
They,
government.
they left their rockets at home today. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet.
It's not actually not everyone gets to be in the Star Guard. That's kind of badass. There are people who just
Yeah.
don't get to have the rockets. And this one sort of steps back, pulls his gun and aims at you, says, "Don't move. Put your hands up."
I'll have to wait till my turn to do anything.
Yeah. Val.
Uh-oh.
Okay, my turn.
Mm-hmm.
He would, as the servos would just barely whir a little bit, he'd be, as he reaches down, he would grab Lady Hill and cuts into the PA speakers that
Yeah,
are on the
yeah,
outside of
yeah.
the suit. And he would say, "I'm a doctor. I am going to attempt to save her. If you want, you can follow us inside for cover." And he's going to go inside to his room, which is, I'm assuming
Not a hospital.
Can I get all the way to my room?
Since you're just talking and scooping, probably.
Absolutely. Here's the thing I will tell you, because you studied here. The best thing you could do, if you've got some emergency stuff, to really save this person's life, you're going to probably want to get to the hospital by the university. You can
Well,
probably do
that
some emergency stuff here.
Sure, right. That assumes
Yeah.
one very funny thing, that I want to do this. So,
I know. I'm just noting it.
Do you want a
that
trauma pack? I have a trauma pack.
Yeah.
If
yeah.
you want it.
Oh, I got a couple. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure you do, but they don't know if you have or do not have a med bay in the ship, right? That they do not know what the medical capabilities of this ship are.
Now, I said that. Can I go ahead and
Mhm.
activate the ramp to close? If they make it, great. If they don't, fuck them.
Sure. Absolutely.
And as he's saying that, because talking's free, I'd like to add in, yes, you should get undercover from the sniper. Second story window, and then that's when I'll call out the location out loud, but quietly, just so the guards can
yes.
hear. Got my eye on it.
I will just note that Sue is like, I can shut that for you. And like Sue just activates the ramp to start shutting down as you take Lady Hill inside the belly.
Okay, so talking
the
and
gambler.
walking's free, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I can get all the way to the room?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you've
I
got to
can
go
see-
upstairs. Like it'll take you. Like you're not gonna be able to get all the way there in one turn, but you'll be in the belly of the ship, no problem. Because you have to go up a floor.
There's nobody else around, is what I'm asking.
Oh no! I mean, inside the ship, there are people freaking out. I'm sorry, Wesley's freaking out.
Wesley's freaking out. Valid.
Let's do this. Just to so I can, you know, the place where the low berth is, I can definitely get there,
Oh
right?
yes, 100%, 100%.
Right.
No problem.
Okay, because what I'm thinking is this, that Greg
Passed by
did
the
some
creeps.
reading. Fucking believe, Greg read some traveler
Wow.
rules. Okay, so if she's alive, if I can stabilize her, I can actually put her into low berth and slow all the shit down in case I need it. I don't have what I need. So that's my idea, is to get her in there and birth her.
Yeah, absolutely.
And okay,
And birth her.
and birth her.
Birth
right.
her.
So is she awake?
Can I get an intelligence-based medic check from you for some?
You should be able to,
Diagnosis.
but whether or not Greg can actually make that work is another
I
thing.
mean, that's what I want.
Intelligence-based.
I'm starting to realize and see why you mentioned the gravity prison and the
Yes.
cells in the beginning of this episode.
Maybe.
Okay, I can get my bonuses because I have Sue near, right? With the medic.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. so
Sue's
that'll
never
give-
really very far from you. You know?
17.
Oh yeah. So, would you make one more roll for me?
Sure.
Can I get like an intelligence-based, or education? It's actually education would be better. Education-based, shooting.
I don't have that.
Gun combat.
Yeah.
No, I do not. But I can give you one if you want that.
Sure, please. Just
You want
you know,
This is gonna be
education-based.
real good.
Hmm?
5.
Okay, so this is what I will tell you. You are not really good with munitions and that sort of a thing. Dead. Real dead. Bleeding out still.
But you could stabilize her. You're out.
She's dead.
Oh yeah. What I will tell you is that it was one bullet, and that bullet was. You don't know the details because it's not your specialty. Clearly, some very, very heavy munitions, maybe some sort of like, hollow point or something. You don't really know what whatever it was clearly meant to murder someone real bad. Like, real bad. In
Glad I
terms
didn't
of
have to take it.
yeah, in terms of numbers, this sniper, this rifle does 5d6.
Oh,
And
yeah.
if you can get down, plus bonuses. And they had a lot of bonuses. And if you can, you're automatically dead if you lose all 3 of your physical stats. And your physical stat average is a 7. And it's not like she's super strong with, like, it's not like her physical stats were not the beefiest. They weren't weak, but they were like pretty average. This sniper pierced her heart with some kind of fragmentary bullet that just ripped up her insides real bad. This was this bullet exploded inside her. This was done very much on purpose to very much kill someone.
Okay, so
Real
can I
bad.
retcon this? I mean, wouldn't Val look down and be like, okay, she's fucking dead? I mean,
Well, but the thing is, you have brought people back. Like, you don't know how. Like, you'd have to actually because the thing is, you've gotten people back at that moment before. Because if she had just taken a fewer points, she'd still be out, but you could have saved her. So, like, it's one of those things where you'd have to actually sort of check her out to find out.
She's missing a heart and she has shrapnel all inside of her, but you've brought people back from this before.
You've seen worse.
You've seen bad, and you've brought people back who were in really bad positions. You actually would have to, you had to check her out to find out whether she was dead or just like on the brink of death. She is dead.
She's only mostly dead.
Only mostly dead. Yeah, but I will tell you what, you don't know all the details, but this was done in a very...
Is that a Street Fighter reference?
No,
Princess Bride.
Princess Bride. I will say that it also is made to look pretty showy.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, so can we... I don't want... Val would look like a fucking idiot if he was like, I can save her, and then comes back down the ramp. Wait a minute, she's dead. So
well,
can...
You had to, what's the word? Diagnose her to find out.
Just make a show of trying to save her.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is, because I don't want anybody on the fucking gambler or anything like that. So what he would do is he would just kneel down and...
Hear that, Quint and Terrica? No fucking on a gambler. That's
Yeah. Do your quick analysis there in the front.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, so he's going to do that, and he's actually, because remember, the computer has been, his medical computer has been, we talked about this, it's been put into the suit. And so what he would do is he would hit the holo display, and as he is checking, all of her readouts would be visible to the guards.
Yeah.
And so as he's, and they're used to this level of tech, because this is tech level the same as Drinax.
Yeah.
So he'd be looking, and as soon as he realized that there's no chance, he would just simply look up through the suit mask at the guards and say, she's gone.
I need to tell you something. Did you picked her up, right?
Yeah. Initially, yeah, and then, you know.
Okay, so I need to tell you this. And Quint might pick up on this. Quint, can I get a performance check from you? Intelligence.
Performance intelligence?
Mm-hmm.
Not a circ performance, right? Just a regular
performance.
Is performance a skill? I don't have
that. You have got, what is it? It's your art, right? It's
I've got art.
Yeah. Please give me that if you don't mind.
Okay. Art intelligence.
Yes, please.
Okay, I would love to. And I don't get any specializations, so it's just straight up. 7.
Okay. You're looking at Val, right? Val had picked up Lady Hill, and then put Lady Hill down to like the diagnostic, and you're looking at Val. Val is covered in blood. It is very dramatic.
Oh,
he looks so heroic right now.
Okay.
He looks.
We could spin this.
Bitch, what do you mean spin it? I am heroic.
Yes.
We could spin this.
You mean spin it?
Spin it to make Terrica not look awful and make you look great.
If anybody saw Val right now,
yes,
what they would see is somebody covered in blood in a very dramatic way because there were explosive rounds. Over this body, trying to save them. They look very sympathetic.
Yes.
And it occurs to you that the rounds themselves were made so that when you picked up the body, you would be dramatically covered in blood in a way
have some
that looks
combat, so yeah.
Yes, you do. That would make you look. There's some show going on. You don't know who the audience is.
Yeah.
But
probably the press, the people of Drinax, the court. I've been in enough political intrigue schemes in my time.
Yes, and because Terrica did not pick up the body, but Val did, Val looks amazingly. If I'm gonna just say this: if any press were to show up, wow, how much sympathy would be garnered for Val right now over this body covered in blood.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and you're just like, that bullet was excessive, and also this sniper was good enough they could have just hit the head, but
Yeah.
they wanted to get the maximum blood.
Dramatics.
Yeah, there is a very much a dramatic
I've
story
studied
here.
blood projectile, or at least fake blood,
Yeah.
real and fake blood projectile
Yeah.
patterning
Yeah.
for multiple reasons, theatrical and otherwise. So
Yeah.
no, this is very theatrical.
It
It's styling.
is still shot.
Yeah.
It's very real, but
Super
Val
dead.
looks amazing right now. Like, Val looks
Okay.
very impressive at this moment. And he's
Cool.
adding to it with the holographics. It's
Love that. And of course,
very
I'm wearing
good.
my earrings, so I'm capturing all this on. Should we need to at least get
yeah.
our own IT video out there?
Yep.
Heavily edited. Heavily edited
yeah.
video. Yeah.
Uh-huh. And it occurs to you, oh, this was not accidental. What happened here? Well, clearly it was not accidental, but there's clearly also
No.
other elements.
Sure. That's cool. That's cool.
Quint, what would you like to do?
Is that guard still pointing a fucking pistol at me?
Yes, he's kind of, there's a lot going on for him right now.
Okay.
He's
I'm
not,
gonna-
but he is definitely looking at
Terrica's vanished.
the gore, right?
Terrica's
teleported
vanished
away.
and vanished. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen. Oh wait, no, I saw the Harlock. No, I haven't seen
Yes.
the Harlock teleport. I just know the Harlock has teleported. So teleport. Okay, cool. Cool. And I see the Harlock and Severance walking towards where I yelled about the sniper psionically
yes,
to them.
yes, hustling
Love
for
it.
it. Yep.
The Harlock will take care of that. So I'm gonna just turn to the guard and just like, my hands aren't up, but they're like in a calming.
Yeah.
They could be construed as up, but like a hey man, chill out kind of consoling manner. So if anyone were
Yeah.
to see this, and they go,
Yes.
look, I know this is a lot that is happening right now, but really, the sniper is a threat. We should probably all make sure we are undercover. Oh, and then I look over and I'll add to the dramatics, and they're like, it's too late for her, but maybe we can still catch the villain behind this.
Could I get a roll, please?
I would love to make a roll for you.
Persuade would work.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I don't feel like you're being deceptive. I feel like you're being honest.
Unfortunately, I'm not being deceptive because my deception is better. Yeah, no, I'm
Or
trying to
diplomat.
add to the show.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I don't have diplomat. We're gonna roll persuade. Persuade social, persuade intellect, because I'm trying to
Persuade
be
social. Persuade
sneaky about
social.
it. Okay.
Greg, could you please roll me social medical?
Social medicine? Okay.
Yes, please.
Just trying to add to this act and calm the guards down a little bit
Mm-hmm.
because I don't need to be a victim.
15.
Please take a +3 to that roll. Your roll to persuade them.
Come on,
And
work.
Yes, and
Hurry up.
you may roll with a
Come
boon.
on. I would love. Oh, I can roll with a boon?
Yes, please.
I will roll an extra d6 because that was shit.
Mm-hmm. And did you get your +3?
+3.
Yeah, from Val.
Yay!
Oh,
Yeah.
no. I'll just
Yeah.
reroll.
If I knew it was for Quint, I wouldn't have rolled.
Oh! It's,
I'm doing
I
this
mean,
for
it's-
you.
You are being
and
very
Terrica.
impressive right now. Yeah.
Right. I couldn't help myself.
Okay, so add 6 to that number.
Yeah.
Or not 6.
So
yeah,
yeah.
said 6. So,
So
11.
the guard looks at you, and the guard that's on the ground is like getting up, and you say this, and they see
I'm
Val
like-
covered in gore, very dramatically.
with the
trying to save-
schematics up,
Yeah, with the schematics up, and oh no, and like the shake of the head.
and I'm
you're like,
still
"Oh, save her."
positioning between where
Yeah.
the sniper is supposed to be, allegedly.
And they sort of look, and they look at both of you,
Mhm.
and they
We don't have any weapons
nod.
out, so how could we have done this?
Mhm.
Yeah,
and they nod, and one of them goes,
and
"Captain,
I'll
there's a
tell him
sniper."
where I saw it. Second story building. This, right over there. I saw
Captain,
glints in
sniper.
the window.
and and one they kind of look at each other and goes, "You stay here." And the one that was on the ground who missed Terrica terribly, sort of gets up to stay there. It's a little embarrassing, and the other one starts to run the other
You've
direction
got
where the
this.
sniper was coming. Mm-hmm. Harlock.
Trooper, hold
Yes,
on real quick.
please.
Because I didn't get a turn, can I try something?
Oh no,
I
you did get a turn. You did your diagnosis.
Does that take my major action?
That's your major action. Yeah, skills uses are major action. You have your minors though.
Is telepathy minor?
Well, we already have a
Telepathy-
connection,
You already have a connection.
so
You're
if
on
it's
already-
to anyone other than Severance,
Yes, you're already in.
you're already in.
I was going to connect with Lady Hill.
Oh.
Oh. I need to
Because
ask
it's
you
only
a
been a
question.
couple seconds and the brain's still alive.
Yes,
you shot
that
your
is
chest.
correct.
Fair.
That is correct.
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Why would you want to do that? What's going on?
I just need to ask you a question. Are you
Am I blinking still? Am I blinking?
connecting with Lady Hill or are you consuming Lady Hill?
Can I reserve judgment?
Yes. Yes, you can.
The answer is yes.
Yes, you can. Please roll telepathy.
Okay. I get a plus something in case I need it, right?
Oh, you
Yeah,
can
you want a
draw
one?
things. Yes, you do. I will note Lady Hill is not psionic, so this is actually much more difficult. Also, she's
Actually, no,
dying.
I don't know you're doing this. Get fucked.
But please roll it. That's a
6?
So that's not enough
What do I need?
on your own.
Well, I can get it to a 7 with Severance's help that Severance gave me.
No, I don't know you're doing
also-
this. Haha.
Oh, do you have to
also-
award it in the moment? I thought
Yeah.
you handed them out. Okay, all right.
No, I can hand it out.
Yeah,
I
you
just
can.
Okay,
have
well,
zero
I
idea
won't-
how you're
I
going to
won't-
role play it.
I wouldn't be like, "Hey, I'm diving into this dead woman's mind. Can I have some help?" No, I won't.
Can you help me out, buddy? Okay. Sure.
Give me the 70-foot away thumbs up, right, please.
So
70
I'm going to ask
meters,
you a
please.
question.
Sure.
She is not psionic, so you cannot engage in a conversation with her. You can
Sure.
probe her mind, though.
Sure.
That is.
Do you want to consume her or probe her, Val?
Oh, it sounds so tempting.
I know, but that's all I got out of it. Also, I'm a visual learner, so please be as detailed as you can.
Please act it out.
You are
This
going
is
to
a
need
role-playing game.
to spend some extra energy to get there. You can
How much
draw it
extra
if you like.
I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to use luck or I want to use my other stuff.
You need a 12 total.
Okay, so I would take all of my luck. I'm going to do that first, if that's okay.
Okay.
I had an idea for Val this
Yeah.
season, so I'm going to
Okay.
do that first.
Oh.
This will also cost 4 psionic points,
Gotcha.
which you either can spend from your psionics or from your body. You can just rip your body to pieces, or you can draw it from Sue.
I took it from my psionic pool.
Okay. Just asking.
Okay, so now I have all available options to me. I can consume and probe and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can
And
she
you
hear
can-
me?
You can go into her mind. And when you go into her mind, you step inside of her mind. And when you step inside of her mind, you see a throne room. Not the one here. But the throne room is it is like large, it's huge, it's full of like marble, there's gold, there are banners, and there are these amazing sort of like tapestries of Lady Hill, obviously. Obviously. But also of Severance,
Okay.
probably Marymore, and also Terrica. It's just like Terrica, 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 all these sort of like banners of Terrica doing heroic things. And the tapestries seem to be desires that will come right? Like there's a tapestry of Terrica, which seems to be running the entire Third Imperium, right? Like the new emperor of the entire Third Imperium. And you can see Lady Hill behind Terrica. Like there's a lot of a sense of like Lady Hill being the one behind Terrica, and Terrica is often on these pedestals, right? All over in this way that is very, and also the Terrica in this space is very feminized and in a way that like Terrica almost looks a little bit like Lady Hill, like it's as if Lady Hill is projecting herself upon them in this kind of a way.
She's done a lot of that in her life.
Oh, she has. She has. And it is this thing where like she clearly her child is very important to her, or at least her imagination of her child, right? It's a little bit creepy, the amount of Terrica there is and how unlike Terrica seems in this place. And you see Lady Hill not on the throne, but like on the dais next to the throne, just bleeding. Just blood flowing out. And Lady Hill looks confused. Like, what happened?
He would stride into the place, and with each step that he takes, his current outfit fades away until he is dressed in the finest of Drinaxian threads. And he would get to the bottom of the dais and say, "You're dying, Lady Hill. So is all of this."
No, can't be.
I couldn't save you. Nobody can.
No.
Is there anything you would like me to tell Terrica?
She narrows her eyes at you. She says, You're the one who's been trying to destroy Terrica all this time. And blood is sort of dribbling out. I've tried to protect her from you. Your evil influence. You will not win this war. Stop you. I will save Terrica.
Lady Hill, the war is over. It's a war of attrition. You've lost your only soldier.
I have so much power. I cannot die.
You did. Look around.
And she looks and she can see the banners are beginning to fade.
Before they do, though, her representation in each of the banners is replaced with Val.
Oh. And she looks, right, as like the rich colors of her tapestry starts bleaching, and then she's being replaced with Val, and there's Val standing beside Terrica. And I imagine Terrica's form
Terrica is not,
more.
feminized. Terrica is Terrica in all of the tapestries now.
And she looks up at you and you're looming above her, right, as she is collapsed. And she looks up at you with horror as she sees a monster. She says, "It was you who did this to me."
Oh no, Lady Hill, this was you that did it to yourself, but I will tell you something to send you on your way. Terrica is my destiny.
I would die before I let that happen.
You will. But before you go, know that everything you see here will come to pass. I can't live without them.
She tries to reach out to you, but she is also fading, right? She can't touch you.
He would kneel down right in front of her. They are so much more than you ever gave them credit for. If you had only opened your eyes, you would have seen them far greater than the puppets that you sewn into these tapestries, these masks. I have hitched my wagon to a star, not because I need power, but because I need them. That's the difference between you and me.
I curse you.
Get in line, bitch.
Curse you. You will destroy them.
No. They will save me. Say hi to hell.
Reaches out to like slap you or strike
He
you.
leans into it. He leans in, like, please.
But she can't connect.
What a
You have
wasted
control
life.
of this place.
What a wasted life you've lived. And you almost took Terrica with you. But you failed. And they've won.
Ah! And as she does that, she just turns to ash. And as she's crumbling, if you wish to consume her, this is the moment. If you wish to consume all that she is inside of you.
He thinks about it. He even takes some of the ash and almost like he's going to inhale it or rub it in his gums like a drug. And then he flicks it away like it's dog shit, because that's what it is. And he stands up and looks around this crumbling mind. And as everything begins to break and split and sunder, he looks at the one tapestry, the one that he's keeping aloft. And as the walls fall, it still floats, it still furls.
Yeah.
And he sees Terrica. And he sees himself just behind them.
Yeah.
His hand on their shoulder. And he smiles. Thank you, Lady Hill. You did one thing right. You brought Terrica into the world.
At your foot, there is a diamond. The ash coalesced and compressed, and there is one diamond sitting there at your foot where Lady Hill used to be.
He'll pick it up. What do you make of this, Sue?
Well, that's strange. It's also strange I can be here.
No, it's not.
I guess not. There's something troubling that woman. Voices.
Sue, I want
You
you to
hear.
do something for me.
No, listen. Do you hear it? Listen. It's that man who tortured me. And just on the wind, just hear Severance. Barrymore, whispering promises. And then they die. And the diamond goes dark.
Well, before it goes dark, if there's any, as the light is still in it, he is going to place it in Sue's chest. I took something from you, Sue. I didn't mean to do that.
Oh.
Use this. Boost your battery up a little bit, if you know what I mean.
Thank you. And he puts it inside of himself, and he glows a bit, and he says, wait. The other one's here. The minute that diamond that had Lady Hill in it was put inside of Sue, I hear that other one.
What do you hear, Sue?
The other one is close. Very close.
Where?
On On the surface. No. Underneath the surface. There's a tree that's growing there on the surface of Drinax. Below that's where the other one is. You want me to do something for you? How can I help?
Stay with me till the bitter end.
Val, I'm here right now. I'm here. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. No, I don't like that at all. I'm coming. I'm close. I'm getting closer. I don't want to see me, Val.
He'd pull the diamond out.
No. That's not it. It's me.
Ruby.
Yeah. It's me. I'm almost here.
That's been a long time coming.
Harlock.
Yes.
The mind. You see it. Severance. The reporters. You also see.
Huh?
And hustling behind the reporters, you see a man trying to catch up. And that man looks like Sue, but older. Lost a little weight. In a slightly unhealthy way. Dressed fine. Quite a bit behind, as if he is rushing to catch up to whatever this is. You see the press.
The press, he's on his way behind the press, making his way.
Yeah, it's like the press was really hustling and he doesn't have the speed anymore of them.
Right.
Because they're younger. But it's the flesh and blood version of Sue, but older. The same man that you saw actually in the news feeds, talking about taking down the free fields. And while you two ponder that, we're going to take our break. And when we get back, we're basically out of combat time at this moment. Once we get this two situation happening. And we're going to find out what happens here, what happens next. Seems like Terrica's not going to be the heroic person who's there upset by their dead mother's body in a heroic way.
Huh. Shocker. I'm
That's Val.
surprised.
Well, we're going to go on break, everybody. Drink fluids, stretch your legs. When we come back, we've got some press to deal with and an assassin that the Harlock is probably going to have a conversation with. Everybody, we're going to break. Hello, everyone. We're back. I'm so excited for this crew to be back, and to be very, very. Willen says, I got confused during the combo between Sue and Val. Was Marrymore mentioned? Yes. Remember that Marymore and Severance look exactly the same, so it's not always clear to people which one is which, right? But we know that Lady Hill had an affair with Marymore, so Marymore, what there was there. But Val noticed a presence down on Drinax and was like, "Oh, the other one is there. The other one is there," but then was like, "Wait, I'm here," and that is Ruby. That because Sue is modeled off of Val's dad, who's I didn't tell you this, Greg, because your character doesn't know, but your dad's on the floating palace.
Of course he is.
He
Great news.
he has a present for you. So
I bet
let's
he does.
A lot of
let's
fun
get-
dad stuff going on here.
yeah. Let's get back to this moment. So we have very dramatic Val and also Quint with one guard rushing off to try to go and get the rest of the, more security, and the other guards are staying in this situation. We have Terrica, who teleported over to their mother's office where they found their dad dead, and then somebody pounding on the door because they're like, "What's going on?" And the office has been tossed, by the way, but it's also been tossed very dramatically. If that helps. Like if you were a really good professional, you could be like, "I'm gonna toss things and nobody will know I was here." But this is like, "Oh yeah, people were here," right? It was a very it's a little bit more dramatic than it could be because it looks very looks bad. Do you know what I mean? It looks like, oh no. Yeah. And the Harlock. You have this mind that you are tracking. What would you like to do?
So if
You're quite far away.
yeah, I really am. If I were to hustle and push it, I could get close enough.
You
Is
can
that what
get
I heard?
12 hexes, right?
Yeah.
This person is moving.
Yeah.
Let me see. What you've noticed so far is they seem to have gone down to the first. They're heading towards the first floor. Is what it looks like to you of this place. So they're on the second floor. They're having to go down to the first floor, right? Do you know what I mean? Like that's
Yeah.
So you have
yeah.
got some space to get closer, so you don't have to like push yourself too hard. 1, 2,
Right.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they're not on the. They're on their way down to the first floor.
Okay.
It'll take you like a couple of turns to get super close. If you hustle.
Yeah, I think that's what I might do.
Okay.
I
I'm gonna stick with you for a moment.
I don't
right?
want
I'm
to
gonna
do
stick with-
3 times.
No, it's times
that's
4.
not. Yeah.
I'm going to stick with you for a moment because we're
Yeah.
going to see what you're doing while Severance is going to head off the press. So you are tracking this person. They're on the first floor as you're getting closer and closer. They go down the stairs. They're down the stairs. You're getting closer and closer. They're moving. Can you get to them in time? This is a question. Will they be able to escape? They probably have teleportation abilities, and you'll lose them. And then as you're tracking them, they go a little bit, and then they stop moving. You, if you like, can you don't have to hustle as much. You can actually get pretty. You can get to. They're not moving anymore. They
Okay.
are. They seem to be stationary.
Okay. Is there in my strategic awareness of their positioning, would I have any sense of anything else that's going on with them? Would I just have their positioning, or would I be able to tell, like, oh, they're moving as if they're speaking with somebody, or As
No,
if they're
you
hiding.
wouldn't get that. Also, they are shielded, but they are now hanging out. It's like that's the vibe you get.
Yeah.
And as you get closer, because you can move your way over there, you see them. They're a shop owner.
Oh. That's festive.
Mm-hmm. Now, Terrica knows this because Terrica knows that this is a person who has been basically, what's the word? Posing as a trader, as a not a traitor, but a trader.
Why not both?
Perhaps both. And you see this person, they're sort of behind this shop, looking like nothing ever happened. Like there was nothing weird going on. They were certainly not recently upstairs murdering somebody. And you also notice that when the guards come, the security come, they're not going to come this way. They're going to hit the stairwell, and they're going to go up, and they're not even going to think about this person at all. As they just stand there behind their shop, little stall.
So, question. If I were to, and I don't know if this would necessarily have to be two separate things.
Sure.
But would it be possible to, I want to attack them, but I want to question them too. In brain space. Would I have to do two separate things for that, or in attacking them, could I go into their brain mind?
Those are two separate things. The thing is that you're psionic, you're both psionic, which means you have shields, which means nobody gets in without it being a bit of a push. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, I'm expecting that.
Yeah. And this will basically be a contested roles to get in, because they don't want to be read. You know how it is?
I know how it is.
Now, I will say, if you knock them unconscious, that's different.
In just...
I mean, you still have if you have telepathy, which is why telepathy is so important, you always have your shield up. You lower it, but it's always up by default. But they can't really actively resist you so much. Do you know what I mean? So it's easier to get into people's minds when you've knocked them unconscious.
Okay.
Which you can also do with the mental assault.
That's fair. Yeah, maybe that'll be my first move then. We're going to just do a nice, friendly assault.
Where do you position yourself?
So as soon as the Harlock sees the person has come back down and resumed the position of a shop owner, she kind of falls, because I imagine there's movement at this point still, like people are walking around, shopping and stuff. Kind of,
and again, nobody's alerted to anything being weird.
Yeah, walking toward, and then kind of averts direction and falls into the flow of people, but kind of circles around a bit to where maybe getting in either in the next or the next down stall or something like that, like looking at something. Yes.
Absolutely. This is, can I just tell you, this is why people find psionics very, very distressing. Just for the record. Could you make your assault roll? It is a 14 that you need.
Sure can.
And it costs you 8.
I know. And that falls under telepathy, does it not?
It does indeed.
Okay, that's what I thought. Question for Severance. Since he would have seen since he would have seen the Harlock moving with purpose, would he give her some leadership? Nice pat on the back or something.
I'm telling you, leadership's awesome. You don't have to be a combatant. You can help people out.
But yeah, 100%. I was going to give you one anyway, and then the other one was stored.
Perfect.
And then
by
I
the
gave
way,
that one to.
You don't actually have to hit the, because you're in a. Well, go ahead and make your roll, then I'll tell you.
Okay. This will certainly go well. right, I'm just gonna add the one. So that's an 11.
Hmm?
And I need 18. Let's see
Well,
where-
let's talk about this.
let's.
You need a 14 if you are assaulting someone who is not psionic.
Correct.
Because people who are not psionic have no defense at all. 0. None.
Mhm.
And if let's pretend this guy were not psionic, which is most people who are afraid of the Zidani. What would happen right now? And let's say you made that 14 because you spent your luck. What would happen right now is immediately he would fall unconscious.
Yes.
And then you would do at an 8, right? You would do 18 points of damage to him immediately. Just like that. You would just sort of rip his mind to small pieces, is what would happen, and there would be nothing that he could do about it at all. At all.
Yes.
One of the reasons why people find the Zidani very scary, and why there's a lot of propaganda against you.
Well,
Because, and you don't even have to be close. You can just do that, and then kill them. And they can't do anything about it. But this person is psionic. You're at an 11, right?
I am.
Let's have a conversation.
Let's, because I do have a little bit of luck, but not enough to get me to 18.
Oh, no. You just have to beat him.
Oh. Okay.
With regular people, you just assault them. You just send out your mind and you just attack them immediately. But this is different because it's another psionic person. You reach out. What do you look like in this moment when you've come for a duel?
So initially, whenever
In mind space.
in mind space when doing a first attack, usually the approach would be like one of the, for those of our wonderful viewers who have experienced the planet with the big psionic cats on it, the Harlock's family crest has something very similar because the planet that she was born on and grew up on has the Zodani version of those.
Yeah.
So a lot of times when she first approaches in the mind space, it will be as like the stalking big cat, kind of on the periphery. Like when you feel like something's behind you and you turn around, you don't see anything, but you just feel like something's watching you.
As you stalk, you are coming up upon this stall, and you see in the real space, you see this fairly affable, nondescript sort of shop owner. Nobody really particularly interesting, very forgettable. But in the mind space, you see a human, a man, not a regular human, not Soleimani, Zodani, Villani, probably some sort of like slightly one of the other sort of minor subspecies of human. Slight gills on the neck. And this person is wearing armor in their mind, of course. And has got like knives strapped all around their body and is laughing, right? And you can smell Marymore on him. You know the smell of Marymore. You can smell it on him. He's not Zodani. And he is smiling and chatting to customers in a kind of slightly boring way, but in the mind, he seems to be something like kind of like heavy leather armor, very thick, boiled, hardened, with sort of knives strapped all over his body, space for the gills, and he's just delighted. You beat him, by the way, by 2.
Fabulous.
Tell me about that.
I
He's a +2 to his roll, by the way. That's what that was.
got it. Yeah, so I imagine he's feeling real pleased with himself right now. He just and it wasn't a bad duet of assassinations by any means.
Pretty good.
So I mean, in any other circumstance, maybe they would have a drink and a chat. But the biggest mistake he's making is that he's too pleased with himself, and so he's just he's maybe, I would imagine, his mind self sitting there like watching a replay of it.
Yes.
And just laughing to himself and enjoying all
yes.
of that.
Yes.
And
yes.
I would imagine if this is on film, like the camera goes to where it's behind the screen looking at his face, and you see kind of like a quick shadow behind, and then she, in the mind space, would just like put a hand real quick over his nose and mouth, and just kind of lean down by his ear and say, "You got cocky," and then kind of knock him out.
Oh, he does not knock out. You stab at him, and he sort of like slips out of the way, and he turns to face you.
A fight.
And he smiles,
Fabulous.
and he's got shark teeth, and he goes, "Oh, who are you?" And he pulls out his knives. He says, "Doesn't matter. It won't be for long." Severance.
Sorry, is that the sniper?
Yes, it is the sniper.
Sick. Okay. Nope.
You are out there, and you see this reporter, and her sort of holographic person, sort of rushing up very quickly to sort of make their way towards the dock. And you also just notice the Harlock just sort of like browsing at one of the market stalls over there. Interesting. Seems fine, I guess. What do you do?
I guess I look over and because I still don't really know what's happening.
Well, you can see that Lady Hill is like, there's blood everywhere. Like Val's like trying to do medical, like
Right.
that. And you know Lady Hill. 'Cause Lady Hill has never been very kind to you. Or many people, to be honest. So, you know.
But I mean, like, that's also 70 meters or so away.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
really hard to see.
But like,
But I do
what's
see
that?
that, like, Harlock has sort of disappeared into the crowd and is now browsing where.
So the building where the sniper came from is also
Yeah.
like this whole place is a bazaar, so there are a lot of shops,
Right.
and she's browsing near that building in a way that is.
But to me, it's just a building. I didn't know that's where I don't know where that's where the
No.
sniper has come from.
I believe she went that way with like a intensity. Like, you know, there's something up.
Yes,
what I would say.
yes, but I do not know that there's a sniper, and I do not know that it's in that building.
Yes.
I guess I'm more interested in the media coming in, and where are they? Are they like around here now?
They're the pink ones, right? So they are
Yeah.
now. Yeah, they're
But
they're heading towards you, right? So they're probably like around here now because they've been
Yeah.
hustling.
Okay.
Yeah. So they're rounding upon you at this moment.
Hmm. And do they look like they've been zooming in on any of the action over here, or are they like look like they're getting into position, like they haven't
So
seen anything yet?
They haven't seen anything yet, but they clearly know something is. They've gotten a tip, so they are moving as if they have a sense something is happening, right? So they're trying to round the corner to get in the space. They're
Yeah.
definitely heading towards the dock where you arrived, but they don't seem like they're heading there just because they want to do a nice story on the whole thing.
Right.
They clearly have got that look of like, ooh, excitement in their eyes.
I guess I will sort of like stop them and be like, "Excuse me, what are we? Do you need an interview with the admiral?"
And the young woman, I actually have her name written down because it's really important for later, and I cannot remember it for the life of me. And I was like, where did I put it?
All right, well,
She
here,
is.
here I am writing her name down.
Yeah, no, she is a kind of a famous reporter who is famous in the reaches. She sort of goes out and about, and she is like kind of like a hard charging uh, investigative reporter. And she is, look, I will find her name, but she is very influential, and she's a person who has a lot of reach. I will say that, and I know exactly where her name is, but and she sort of looks at you. She goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. We are on our way to. We heard there's an incident. Have you seen anything?"
Well, yes, there are many things I see. What incident are you referring to?
There was an attack. Lady Hill has been attacked.
Oh, well, yes.
Yes, and you can. Here's what you get. She is not moving because you are somebody very important, and so she doesn't want to just push past you.
Mhm.
You don't like people have been treating you a little bit differently in the last week or two.
Right.
You may not be quite certain why, but people are treating you with more deference.
But it's about time.
No one has called you Admiral to your face
Okay.
at this moment because it's not been announced, but something has gotten around and people are treating you differently. And you can tell she wants to go past you to go and see what's happening over there. Like, this is something that you can, like, she's itching to get the story, but she is stopping to speak to you, right? And you can tell that and you're blocking her angle. She can't see what's going on, right? And she's trying to.
Roll the camera. Roll the holo cam.
And she nods. And there's a person next to her who is actually another a Varger, and rolls up the camera, and like you can see like there's like a holographic sort of gyroscope that starts like tracking things. You can and you can tell that these beams are coming out to get you in full 3D.
Right. And you see, and my audio is coming in clear.
Yes.
You're recording.
Yes. Should we walk towards the attack?
No. Here is fine. But you can. Yes, this is working. Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that a tragic and cowardly attack was attempted here today, but thanks to the vigilance of the Star Guard and the quick actions of everyone involved, the situation is under control. We're investigating the matter fully and ensuring the safety of all citizens and visitors to the floating palace. I may ask for your patience and your calmness as we work to bring those responsible to justice. Thank you.
Pardon me, Admiral.
Yes, what?
And then she stops herself. She goes, pardon me, Baron Severance.
Yes.
Do you know the status of Lady Hill? By the
No,
way,
I
Quint
know very little.
Quint and Val, you can see this hubbub way out and where the right between the bazaar and your dock area. You can see Severance has held off what looks to be press. Right, is holding them off from you all, whatever you got going on in there. And you can see the sort of gaggle up there.
I guess I would probably make a deception, because I think, I don't actually know that someone else is involved. I think the attack is literally from Terrica. So I'm going to...
You did just see the slap, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to hide Terrica's thing, so this would be a deception.
With
I'm
a
going
boon.
to do social.
It is
You better get
boon.
that on camera.
And it is with a boon because of your status.
Honesty. Okay, thank you. 13.
And they're not in like. So has she been moved to the hospital? Could you tell us her status, please?
We have the finest of Drinaxian surgeons are looking her over as we speak.
I see. Do you have any news? Who did it?
No, not the slightest. Nope.
Do we know if it was someone from the outside or what happened?
We do expect it's probably someone from off-world. It is, unfortunately, a very large, what's the word? It is a rather growing issue of nobility of Drinax having a target on their back, per se. I'm actually putting, I just would like you to know the risks that I have involved going into this interview just by me being out here alone, so you're welcome.
Yes. Well,
For my bravery.
Of course, sir. But I mean, all of us here on Drinax are noble, so we're all then targeted. Well, I'm not. I'm from off-world, but this is. Do you have
You're
any
from
idea who it
off-world,
might?
interesting. Whereabouts?
Oh, I have been. I have.
Mhm.
I've not been a. And she looks
And I'd
at
say
her.
it's rather quick for you to just arrive here, almost as if it happened moments ago.
Well,
The only clues
yes,
that we have, it's someone from off-world, and here you are saying you're off-world, but you arrive moments after it happened, which I don't know if you, unless you had a tip that happened
yes, we
previously, and it
did.
was a planned tip.
No, we were tipped off that there was an attack here. We just got the call.
You just got the call.
Yes. So
Well, it just happened.
we hurried over here as quickly, and you can
This
tell
is
she's
still
getting a little
recording, yes?
nervous.
Is
She
it-
doesn't like how
Are
this
we
conversation
still
is
on
going.
right now? Is this still working?
Yes. We're
Okay,
we're
interesting.
recording.
Right.
Yes. The
Good.
Harlock.
And you
Could you
can
roll
hear
your,
the conversation.
Can you roll your telepathy, please? Not your telepathy. Yes, for your assault.
Sure can. That's 10.
11.
Oh.
You are so at this moment he's sort of stalling, right?
Yes.
The Severance is stalling. And what are you two doing by this ship? Quint and also Val. You're muted.
Hi. Well, it's barely been any time at all since
Yes.
I sent that guard to go towards that
Yeah.
one window with a performance
Yeah.
check. What's the other guard doing right now?
He's securing the scene.
Right. Cool.
Which means he's standing there because he figured he
Not doing
probably
anything,
shouldn't
yeah.
leave. Do you know what I mean? Like, but he is
Figures,
not a
yeah.
doctor, so he's like, he's there. He's kind of standing around, a little bit at a loss as to what to do, and he's watching Val and Lady Hill, like hoping it'll work out, like hoping that he can save her. He's
Do I notice Wesley panicking at the entry to the ship?
yes.
Okay. I assume.
Also, you notice that
everything's-
he's keeping the kids back. The kids are not coming out anywhere.
Okay, good.
That's mostly what he's doing. He's like trying to herd the kids.
I'll just tell Wesley. Wesley, make sure everyone knows there's been a delay in the boarding the ship for now. And I reach in and I hit the close ramp button. Just keep everyone bust out the coloring books. Might take a little bit.
Okay, you can hear him say as like the
It's like,
door shuts.
Yeah.
Yep. Now
Because
I
I
will tell
would
you,
go run after the assassin, but I'm not known here, and this might be
You're
a
not.
little risky.
not.
I will mosey, and by mosey I mean power walk strongly,
Yeah.
but not running.
Yeah.
Uh,
The guard
I'll
does
look
not
at-
stop you
I will
He
ask
stays
Val. Do you have
with Val.
this?
Val, at that you're asking Val that, right?
Yeah.
Val would look up and he would kind of stand up. He'd probably been kind of crouching over the body, and from the squat, stand up as the servos kind of as he takes his full height, and he would look and with a measure of sympathy that Val can construct on his face, he would look at
Yeah.
the guard and he would just
We're
slowly
all looking
shake
so
his head.
sympathetic right now.
Yeah,
Right.
Lady Hill?
she's gone. What's the protocol for this?
Well, we'll have to do the funereal rites. We'll have to.
Between now and funereal rites, what is the protocol? I'm assuming you don't want it here on this specific
No,
spot.
no, no,
on
no.
the-
We'll have to wait for the captain to come, and we'll take the body and
Right.
the diamond. We'll have to make the diamond out of her. And he looks up at the walls, and all the diamonds on the walls, right?
Oh.
This entire
Okay.
palace is a mausoleum.
That's kind of cool.
All the diamonds are people who died because they lost billions of people when the Aslan killed everybody. And this entire palace, which is like diamond encrusted, right? You know at this moment that those are all people.
It's an impenetrable fortress.
It's very
of
gothic.
beauty.
Very goth of them.
It's very goth of them.
Very goth.
If you don't know their culture, you don't realize. You think they're just being ostentatious and gaudy, but actually these are all memorials. And he just looks up at one of the walls and he's like, well,
What's their uniform like?
They're under a lot of stress.
they're under a lot of stress.
Do they have like
in
capelets or anything?
Yes.
Nice.
half caplets on the half
I'll,
side.
I'll gesture the caplets. You should probably cover the
Oh.
body.
Yes, and he sort of takes it off, and he's sort of with a bit of a flourish.
That way, if
and-
the media does get past Severance, things are covered and not as
Yes.
Yeah.
And he covers the body, and he just sort of like looks around, and he sort of sits. Somebody kind of sits on a crate that's nearby, and he says, "Dr. Morrissey."
Yes.
Now there's one less of us. We'll have to update the numbers.
Sounds good.
And you can tell it's hit him that they've lost another one.
Mhm.
And there's so few of them left, right? And it's sort of like there's a kind of like a
Is he
That's
referring
a
to
big deal.
nobility? Or is he referring to
Just
numbers?
Drinaxians in general.
all Drinaxians are noble at this point.
Well, I mean, obviously the guard here isn't. I mean, he might have a
No.
measure of nobility in him, but I mean,
Sure.
he's not like a.
But it matters still. That's the thing. Like the janitor is also a noble. Every single person on this palace, not people from Asim because they're not Drinaxians, but every single person on this palace is a noble of some sort. They have some
And
It's
the
almost
reporter,
like
and
there's
the
only
reporter
so
I'm
much
talking to.
bloodline mixing you can do before you're like, ooh, we should avoid genetic deformities and incest. So
It's been a couple hundred years, and they're
time
only
to mix with the
70,000
common
people here.
folk.
Yeah, basically, right. So, I mean, the janitor, every single person can claim that they are like the Duke of some star that they do not have any control over at some point in time. They're like 18,000 of them. Like the whole thing is, it's a very strange thing where every single person from Drinax, not Asim, is a noble, including this guard in some kind of a way.
You can keep saying that.
I just want to remind you that you're not from this planet. You know, just
Okay, so Val wants to. Okay, so Val's going to be as sympathetic as he can here and ask the guard, what was she doing before this? What could have caused this type of? Did she talk to anybody? Did she meet with anyone? Did she have any meetings where she was upset? Did she seem troubled? Did she talk with anybody that?
And as you start asking these questions, it snaps him into like, oh, right. Oh, okay. You're asking me questions that maybe I can be helpful. Like he clearly. Also, you have a reputation, right, as being.
And Val
somebody
seems to
very
have
important.
this. So
Yeah.
I'm backing towards
hustling.
power walking towards the Harlock to be backup assistance.
And
Catch the assassin.
he says, "Oh, yes. She met with one of her little birds. She called them, and
Spies.
yes.
Informants. To be.
Yes. they had a mission, a target. They apparently found something important.
Did they?
Something that she'd been looking for some time, and it was something very important. She said that she had to speak to Leash Terrica immediately, as soon as Leash Terrica came in, and the word came in, and she'd been very agitated once she found
So
out.
you're
She
s-
only, huh?
So you're saying that this little bird that spoke to her sent her here,
No, no,
caused
no.
her to come here,
No, the bird gave her information that she knew
led
that
her
she
here.
had to tell. Yes, yes.
That seems
Immediately.
convenient, doesn't it?
I think there was something with Leash Terrica, something dangerous. Maybe Leash Terrica was in danger, or something. I don't know, but
Do you know this little bird?
we never get to see them.
Do you remember where
Did they meet?
I'm assuming you escorted
Yes,
Lady Hill.
yes, yes, yes. Lady Hill. And then he frowns. Lady Hill can be very difficult. She never wants to let us see her informants, which means that we have to escort her, and then she goes where we cannot follow. And then we have to wait for her to come back, and anything could happen. She goes to the Underlith and speaks to people there.
She does.
Someone. Yes, yes. And you can tell he's frustrated because, like, I can't do my job, right? Terrica.
Yes.
Someone is pounding on the door.
Oh god.
Lady Hill? Lady Hill. Unlock the door, please. Lady Hill?
But like Terrica's father is there
Oh, yeah.
and
Yeah.
dead on the
Yeah. Yeah.
is
Yeah.
how sturdy is the door to
Oh,
Lady Hill's office?
sturdy.
Sturdy.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
She has security.
and I assume there's a lock on the inside that like even if her security tried to get in, like the lock she could keep them out if she wanted to.
For a while, at least. Unless they brought in, like, serious firepower.
Like a battering ram.
Yeah.
Is that lock turned right now?
It's locked. Absolutely.
Perfect. Okay.
Which means, whoever did this, who knows how they got out?
Well, Terrica knows how they got in, so I think I think they're smart enough to have a pretty good idea about how that person got in and out. The terminal where all of Lady Hill's information, where she would store all of her information that she would get from her little birds. Would Terrica know enough to be able to get into that and pull data from it?
I need the Harlock here for a moment. Rocket?
Yes.
Session 1, character creation.
Yes.
Oh, right.
You two were involved in some shenanigans in stealing documents and planting documents.
That's correct.
That is correct. You two were in cahoots together in order to mess with documents in this place.
I believe the Harlock was posing as a lawyer of some kind.
How did you get in back then?
I thought Terrica had given her the basic info to get in, actually. Maybe I'm misremembering. But
I believe that is the case.
Yeah,
But I
don't
do
think...
also believe that there is security, and I think you had to actually get her mind to get the key
That's
code.
right.
Right. I think you had to read her mind to get it.
Yeah.
And then, you know somebody's password, you can get in. So, are you going to hack in? It takes time. There's somebody on the other side of the door.
No, no, we don't have that kind of time right now. Also, I'm really struggling with like how much Terrica cares about their dad,
Yeah.
because they hate Lady Hill.
Yeah.
We all know that.
Yeah.
But I think they've been kind of just neutral toward their dad. Like he ignored them and he walked away from them, and they don't have any like particular love for him. But also
Yeah.
like there's something about seeing both of your parents die in the same day in really horrible
Yeah.
ways that I think we have to take into account here.
Yeah. Um, give me an investigate roll.
Okay.
And that would be in
Skills.
intellect. Also, I do need to know what your current social standing is, Severance.
The number?
Yes, please.
My social is 12.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. I just needed to know that for
Okay.
reasons that you can find out about later.
Okay. All right.
That's all. You look around. It's you don't. It's there's hecticness. There's a little bit of crisis. It looks to you as if the computer has probably been burned. Like you can't get in. It looks like something has been disrupted. Um, would you like to succeed on something with a major consequence? Because you rolled a 3.
I did roll a 3. That is a real bad roll. You know
I will tell you what the
There's-
consequence is.
You will or you won't.
I will tell you what the consequence is, and you can decide. Because we have this
Okay.
option in Modern Traveler.
Okay. Awesome. I was not expecting that. I'll go for it.
Maybe.
Maybe.
There is something that can be found, not on the computer, but if you get it, the door opens before you can leave.
Okay.
And it will look incriminating for you.
Yeah.
Because you will be
Yeah.
having things in your hands when they walk in.
Right. In a tossed room with a dead
Yes.
dad.
Yeah.
Father. Okay, computer looks like it's been burned.
But other things not necessarily have been, but the computer has been.
Okay. I think we see a moment where Terrica walks over and they like strangely hold their father's hand for a moment.
It's cold.
Yeah. I think, instead of the investigation thing, although I'm not necessarily letting that go for now, they're gonna try and reach out to him psionically. I think he's probably long dead, but
Yeah.
I think they would try.
Roll telepathy.
Oh, interesting.
That is not good enough.
How much more do I need?
You need a 12. Because your father was also not psionic.
If I do this, there's no way I can teleport out of this room.
That is correct.
There is absolutely no way if I use my luck here and now.
By the way, his brains are sort of on the desk.
Oh, his brains are on the desk too. Oh, fun.
Yeah. Somebody just killed him. Walked right behind him and killed him. Does beg the question, what was he doing in your mother's office? But
We're just gonna see what happens with the consequences. I'm gonna use 3 luck to be able to speak to him.
Well, it's not going to be speaking the same way that you think of, right? But you're going to go in and probe his
Right.
mind. Now, I'm going to point out something. To do this, this is telepathy, which you don't have natively. You only have it through your other abilities,
Hmm.
which means you're connecting to him in a slightly different way. You reach out, and you can't do it. By the way, you don't have to spend the luck for that.
Oh, okay.
You can
Take
draw
it
that
back.
from somewhere else.
I would like to.
You reach out, and you can't do it. It's too late. He's gone. You don't have the skill. I'm afraid it is a failure. Wait. There's something at your feet. You look down, you'll see small vines growing around your feet, around your ankles. And then you feel as if, like, you can feel the planet underneath you, giving you a little bit of. You feel bigger. You feel like your body's larger. You extend a bit farther in space. And you can feel whispers of people on this place and the whispers of the dead. So many dead on this place. And you can hear just slipping away the spirit of your father. You can just make him out as he is walking out of this room.
Wait.
He looks back. Oh, Terrica. Didn't know you were back already. It's good to see you. Are you all right? Are you all right? You look pale. You should sit. Sit. And he looks to, he's going to point to the desk, and he sees his body. What is that? He
Lady
looks
Hill is
around.
gone too.
You notice that he's not able to create a psionic space. He's sort of lingering here, and he's not certain what's happening. And blood starts to trickle from the center of his forehead.
Terrica will like try and take a step forward to like wipe it off.
At first, you can't touch him. Then you can feel, I suppose, what must be Drinax. And then you can touch him and you can wipe it off. I've died. Oh, I'm coming.
Yeah.
Don't sit there. And he looks around, and like he's always been the kind of like the he was the party planner of the relationship. Do you know what I mean? Like he was that person
Yeah.
who would like send out the invitations, and he did a lot of the that kind of labor, right? He was the one that was by Lady Hill's side, and he sort of tries to lead you to one of the, like, there's like a bench, a bank. Sit. Don't be upset. It's all right. Oh, it's all right.
It's not.
And he tries to get you a cup of something, but he can't touch anything. And he tries, and he was that person who was always, he was the one who was always serving beverages. Your mother never served beverages. Ever. Ever. Right? And he tries to serve you a beverage, but he can't touch anything.
Please, please, please stop.
Oh.
Why didn't you ever stand up for me?
I did. As much as I could.
She
Weren't
was
always
a
there to see it.
force. She's dead. I slapped her as she fell. I wish
not
I
you?
could regret it, but I don't. It is.
Oh. You were the child with the bright eyes and ideas. You would never do that. That's not you. That's her, but that's not you.
I've changed.
She always told me that I had no right to say anything about.
No, right?
No.
It sounds like
But
her.
you knew that I wasn't. You said that I wasn't your father, and that you didn't want me. Well, I did my best. Respect.
I did want you. I just thought you weren't available.
Told me.
What did he say? Sorry, I lost it.
She told me.
Oh. I didn't know until recently.
Oh. She said that you have known for a while. Sorry. I tried to be respectful. And she wouldn't let me get too close. But I did what I could.
I'm sorry you're gone.
Mother. And he looks around, and like bits of blood. There. And he points underneath the desk.
Terrica will like look down there, but they'll also like catch a hold of his hand.
You're in trouble.
Yeah,
She's
I
trying
think I'm
to
about
save
to
you.
get.
He kisses the tips of your fingers as is done.
Terrica will rest his hand on on their forehead in response.
She was searching for years. Find out betrayed you. She told me she just found out. Yesterday.
She said it was Val. I was gonna look at the computer, but it's
No, that was
Gone.
other things, I think. There's a folder. You hear the pounding of the door. A folder. Saw it.
Terrica, is the folder like what's under the desk?
It is. It's sort of like hidden. Like it sort of fell, but like you wouldn't have noticed it in the sort of the chaos.
Terrica will like reach down and pick it up without letting go of his hand. And then they'll say,
His hand's
I
starting to
don't-
feel hard.
I don't want you to go.
Look, champ. I think I'm going back to the Earth. You know, what's so terrible about what happened to Drinax is that when we die, we cannot be reborn anymore. Because there's no more cycle of life. When we die, we just go into the irradiated Earth and never return. So I won't even be able to see you some other time. I know that you are not biologically my child, and your mother very protective of you, not let me close. But the planet we're alive still, I would hope that I would see you in another incarnation. Sorry that I
think that it
won't be able
is.
to.
I think that it is. And Terrica will like touch their brooch.
At this moment, you know how weak the planet is. It's barely alive. It's certainly not alive enough to make rain, make earth, make life, recycle life, to give back life. It's too weak for that. The cycle is broken. It is not yet repaired.
They'll like,
You will be a drop of rain that will fall on the barren earth, never to be recycled.
they'll set the folder down and like grab both of his hands in theirs, and then they'll say, I will speak the words for you every morning. The words into the sun.
You don't have to.
I know. I won't say them for her.
You should. She did not understand you, but she loved you. In her own way. She was afraid for you. She wanted to protect you too much. She never understood you.
I don't know what to do.
Be the Terrica that I know. Tried to. The one who liked to race about the palace. Like a little terror. Always so fast. I always thought you'd be the Star Guard one day. I thought.
That would be amazing. I think I'm about to get blamed for your murder, though, so I think that's probably out.
Oh, no, don't do that. No. Can't. No. Listen, I need a roll from you.
Okay.
Yeah, I need a roll from you.
What kind of role?
Social standing. And what you can add your nobility.
Add my
Your
nobility.
noble, your true liege.
Oh. So am I rolling just logistically within the system? Am I rolling the true liege
So-
power with
social standing. Yeah.
Okay. Here we go.
8. No, listen. There is, and you can see he's beginning to drift away. He's beginning to sort of like lose his coherence. There is a way out. And he looks, and there's the piece of viridian on the mantle, a mask, a viridian mask. It's wood and has got a sort of viridian, like a viridian streak of viridian sort of through this sort of green poplar wood. Very plain looking mask. And he's there. Move it. You'll be able to leave. Your mother always has a way out.
Of course she does.
Don't think I'll see her again. You say the words. At least I'll be remembered.
I will.
Say them for your mother. She's trying to save you.
I love you so much.
Goes to reach out to give you this hug. And as he does, you can feel that his physicality's going. He's falling apart as he tries to give you this hug. Come on, champ. Terrica. Come on. And he tries, and he's just withering. He's dead. His memory is fading, and the planet does not have enough power to keep him alive.
Terrica will wait until he's absolutely gone. Like they'll like stay in that hug until he's absolutely gone. And then if you'll allow me, Terrica will grab the folder, move the mask, and can they take the mask with them?
Yes. It's a bit of a jerk to it. It's a bit of it. It's a bit of a latch to a secret door, is what it is.
Okay.
There's like this. It's on the mantelpiece, right? And there's like kind of like a fireplace. And when you pull the mask, there's like the mantelpiece sort of moves,
like,
and you can slip in. If you pull the mask off, it will ruin the mechanism.
oh, okay. Well, then we'll leave the mask on. We'll just.
Well, I mean, you can go through. It's just that it won't be a working secret passage anymore.
I would like to leave the secret passage in place. I should have brought Kleenex. I didn't know I would need them tonight.
You smell him still as you sneak behind the passageway with this green poplar mask with a piece of shard of iridium going through it that has been sitting in your mantle ever since you've been a child. And not having broken the mask off of the mechanism, the door sort of shuts and you're led into passageways. And you can smell him, and you can smell that it's still rot, that there's still death on this planet. You don't get the smell of earth that is rich and thriving. But you can still smell him and the smell of his perfume.
It's probably that kind of like ponderosa pine mixed with like cinnamon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Harlock.
Why, yes.
Quint. The Harlock, take 2 points of damage to your psionic score.
I would love to.
Quint, you
Yeah.
are approaching the Harlock. You're still quite a bit of a distance, but you see her just
am.
browsing. And as you see her browsing, you see
Which
blood
is
coming
not
out
very
of her.
Harlock-like, so
It is
I
not
know
very
that
Harlock.
that she's doing something.
You see blood start to trickle out of her nose. Harlock, roll again.
I'm still power walking like an Olympian, because running would be more out of place.
Hmm.
And then same thing, telepathy, correct?
Yes, please.
Nice.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
How many psionic points do you have left? Each time you do this, you have to spend 8.
Well, I have none.
Mm-hmm. So you're at a -3. He's now at a -1. So he's at a 7.
Versus an 8.
He
Yeah.
cuts you lightly. You cut him back. Tell me about it.
So I imagine that because we were still at a little bit of a distance.
Mm-hmm.
In,
He got a
in
little
brain
flick. It was like a
space.
little flick. It wasn't a lot, but a little bit.
Well, since there's all of these, and tell me if how you feel about this. Since there's all these blades, I feel like he probably took one and just like tossed it, like
Yeah.
a real quick
Yeah.
like dagger
Yeah.
throw. And
Yeah.
I imagine it would slide by, like get her in the face, like you
Yeah.
know, turn, a little
Yeah.
bit of a cut there.
Yeah.
And I think at that point, as she's turning back, because she has everything that she normally would use on her, she just like pulls out her gun, you know, and just points it at him and like gets him right across the top of the shoulder.
Quint, you just see the
I've
Harlock,
changed to running.
the Harlock just browsing. But
Uh-huh.
there is a bit of blood on the side of her face. There's like a squad of soldiers, of guards, that bust down a stairwell and they're going to head up to the second floor of the building. But that is not occurring to anybody else here. You're running. You're getting closer.
I'm like, yep, running is not going to draw attention now that a squad of guards is here.
Please roll your defense, the Harlock, as he lunges for you, tossing this, like he moves to make a gesture here, and he tosses off from the other side. It seems
No.
as if it comes out of nowhere, a dagger.
That would still be telepathy for my defense on this, yeah.
It is, but you don't have to pay for this one because he's attacking you.
Perfect. All right.
Nice.
It's a 12.
Remember, your psionic score is now at 0, right?
Sure is. Oh, so that's a 9.
Yes, it is. His is also at 0, by the way.
Oh,
So his is at a 5. Okay. Quint,
Neat.
you're running. How in this space he tosses this dagger at you? He does a bit of a switch, whoosh, whoosh, right? And he tosses it from the underside, and it comes right at your face. Tell me how you damage him.
I think at that point, it go like one went toward one side. This one's starting to go towards the other side, and again, like kind of turns her face with it as it moves, and like brings a hand up. But then she's actually caught it and just like flicks it back at him.
And it goes flying back, and it hits him right in deep in the shoulder, and you can see quite a lot of blood. Quint,
yeah.
you're running.
Let me know when I'm within 10 meters.
Yep. You're
Cool.
running, and you don't know what's happening. You see the Harlock browsing some stall.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get a recon, investigate, survival. Can I get something like that from you, please?
Sure. Intelligence based.
Yes, please.
Intellect. Investigate is what this is going to be.
Recon. Investigate one of these things.
I've rolled nothing but 5s all night, and I don't know what that is about.
Interesting.
So,
I will
do
say
have a bit
with
of
this
luck.
situation, you roll with a boon because of something that's happening right now.
Oh God. Okay.
Yeah,
So I'll roll one more d6.
One more. 1d6.
Specializing
Same.
in seeing
Same.
blood coming out
Same,
of
same.
people's faces.
You need 3 more.
I'll spend 3 luck.
Okay. You're
Boom.
rushing
Done.
towards the Harlock,
Yes.
and then you see something out of the corner of your eye. There's another stall about 6-7 meters down that way,
Okay.
and there's a man who's holding the stall. Kind of boring looking, not very interesting. He's bleeding out of his chest fairly badly, actually. It was not there a second ago. Just spontaneously, amount of blood just starts
Kind of like
erupting.
how the spontaneous cut on the Harlock's face.
Yes. Except that the Harlock had a cut on
Yeah,
their
yeah, yeah.
face, and this is quite a lot of blood. That is.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
know all the ways of the Harlock, but she's winning. And I would love to help out with that
You are in public.
in the
what would
meat
you like to do?
space. I am in public. I have a couple ideas. I could go over pretending to assist and like choke him out. Like, oh, sir, you're bleeding. Oh,
Quick the maneuver!
yeah. You should lie down. Or I could very subtly use one of my silenced pistols to, because I have 2.
Why would you have secret weapons?
Why would I have secret weapons? Why would I have a body pistol with a silencer and a flechette pistol, you might ask? That is a great question. Which, in this case, it's a body pistol with a silencer, but the flechette pistol is still quieter. It's a silent weapon.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to... I feel like... Has anyone else noticed this man bleeding out of his chest yet?
Not yet. It just happened.
Just happened. Well, we just had an assassination attempt down yonder, so I'm gonna flechette this. And we can say maybe it was the same guy.
What if it's not the guy?
No, the same guy who killed Lady Hill.
Oh, I see. I need you to roll.
I would love to roll.
This is gun combat.
It is gun combat.
Are you
Oh,
gonna
do I
aim?
make a big scene? Yes. Yes, that's a minor action, right?
It is.
Yeah, because I'm doing it subtly. Like, I've slowed
Yeah.
down my run to browsing and just, pew, you know,
Get-
real nonchalant. It's a small gun. It's very concealable.
What's your range?
10 meters.
How close do you get?
How close is the Harlock?
The Harlock's about 7-8 meters away. They're not looking at each other at all.
Okay.
They're interacting.
Do I have enough movement to get up next to the Harlock?
Yes.
Can I begin to browse next to the Harlock and go, guy bleeding from his chest? Is that our guy? Is that him?
The Harlock
That's-
roll.
And then I'll shoot.
Whatever damage is going to hit your health now. Your con.
And if I see more damage, I'm just gonna
will.
shoot. Except that
That's still a 9.
it's still a 9.
Okay. He's a 7. You see more. Where do you hit him?
This time the Harlock shoots him again, in the other shoulder, because symmetry is everything.
Blood, not as much, starts trickling, and you can see he's beating into sweat. The Harlock is a bit detached at the moment. Like,
Oh,
the
this is
the kind
psionic.
of
Okay.
the kind of browsing starts seeming like maybe she's not completely present in this space.
I
he
noticed
doesn't
that and then
seem-
shoot the guy because they're both out of it. I'm like, oh, Oh, I figured this out. Because again, Quint's
Yep.
not super familiar with psionics,
Yep.
so Quint's like, is that why you browsing? He's got blood. Is that a guy? Is that you play? Oh, it's psionic. Quint's not like you can attack people psionically because Quint had no idea you could do that. So
I imagine in the meat space, like Quint looks over and sees customers are trying to talk to the shopkeeper, and he just kind of like,
yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm just gonna aim flechette pistol. Bada bing, bada boom.
Please, that's a. Please make that roll. That's Dex, gun.
Yes.
Gun combat.
Dex,
if you don't
gun
mind.
combat, and
Plus 1 for your aiming.
plus 1 for my aiming. Okay. Roll. Boop boop. How about a 12 for an attack?
Damage 8. Is that correct?
Yes, that would
Yes,
be
it
damage
is.
8.
I will note that.
And the flechette pistol is really interesting because it doesn't shoot bullets. It's a cluster of metal darts with compressed air. So it's silent. It doesn't make a sound. It's just a little dart cluster. Probably into aiming for where he's already bleeding to make it the bleeding have a cause, because otherwise he's just bleeding for no reason, and that's weird.
Yep.
Yeah.
He cannot dodge because he's in mental space right now.
That's cool. I love that. I love that for me.
You make the roll by
Teamwork.
4, which means you do 12 damage to him.
Hell yeah. 12 damage to
note
that
that.
shoulder that he just started bleeding from a lot.
The Harlock, you see him
Yes.
look to the right as if he notices there's something happening. You're in psionic space. And you see that he's noticing something. You think he's going to go and to do something very bad in meat space. You can see him about to leave this duel with you so he can do something different. You also know he's a sniper who's able to kill somebody at over 100 meters of a range. He's probably quite dangerous in physical space.
Sure.
What would you like to do?
At least I didn't walk up and axe him, because that would have been a lot of attention.
Yes, it would have. Yes, it
Hey,
would
guy!
have. Yes, it would have.
This is our guy. He was 100 meters off, but I know.
I will note that he is not looking great. You've done quite a bit of damage to him. Him continue to attack you when both of you are out of your psionic strength means that you're ripping parts of your physical self out now to do that. And he just got shot in meat space. It's a little like you kind of see it. He doesn't look good. What would you like to do? And I will note if you attack him, you're going to have to take 8 damage.
That's fine.
That's it?
Sure.
Because you're out of psionic strength.
No, I know. Yeah, you know, it'd be a shame to let this just not play out.
He's trying to escape to go and kill Quint.
Well, I find that personally offensive, so I'm gonna attack him again.
And I'm definitely on the side of the Harlock that is between the Harlock and the guy, because I had to shoot him.
Please
That's a 9.
take 8 damage to your endurance first.
Done.
I see. He is drawn out, right, of this space. He sees that something is happening in meat space, and you can see him trying to open a door to get back out into meat space. So he can, and you can see him readying a weapon in psionic space. And he turns to go out. And there's this kind of moment where you can kind of see both, where you see him in meat space about to sort of emerge, and you can see him reaching for something. And what do you do?
Fuck about
Yeah, I mean, got him in one shoulder, got him in the other shoulder. She's gonna shoot for his head.
I see. Quint, what do you do?
I would like to shoot him in the other shoulder. I'm trying to give his wounds cause for explanation.
I see. Please roll.
With my
He's gonna be real
super
sad about those shoulders.
quiet pistol. And I'm aiming. again.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
11 for 10
Uh-huh.
damage.
Well, +3 because you beat
Oh,
your number's
yes.
your number's 8.
My number is 8, so 13 damage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He is moving out, right? Stepping out into the space. And you can see that he's stuck in between the psionic space and the meat space as he's trying to sort of move. And he reaches and he pulls out a knife that is going to be aiming at Quint. You can see it. But his vision is in between, and you hit him in the head, the Harlock. And he starts to convulse. And he's about to throw the knife when Quint. And he falls. Completely silently. People haven't noticed. There are soldiers up, searching the room upstairs. And I have a question, Val. You are there. And you can see, I will need you to, you can see Severance holding up these reporters so they don't come into the scene just yet. Is there anything you want to do to get ready before they arrive?
No, not you mean like prepare the body or do
Anything.
anything to.
Just I'm asking.
He is going to, because he's still engaged with the guard, right? The guard's there, and the guard's hasn't
The
left.
guard
or
is
anything.
sitting and is kind of bummed out at the moment, right? Because it seems like the crisis has passed, right? So he's kind of sitting and needing a bit of support.
Okay, so then he's already kind of made a connection with the guard a little bit, trying to get him. So he would basically look at the guard and say, "Did she say anything? Why she was coming here?"
Yes. Because he's like, right. She said that she had to warn Terrica.
About what?
There was a... Terrica was in danger.
From?
Great enemy. Said something about the white rabbit. I didn't know what that meant. That she finally found proof and that Terrica would finally believe her.
Where's this proof?
No.
Did she stop anywhere after she met with the little bird?
No, we went back to her quarters. She had an argument with her husband, and Lord Hill, and then she got the word that the ship had come in, and we went out. Severance.
Hold on a sec. Wait, I have one more.
Yeah.
I have one more question. Was she carrying anything? Did she have anything on her that she didn't have when she went down? Did she a bag, a container, or was
No,
she
she
favoring
went-
a pocket? Was she?
No, she went without anything. She left most things, I think, in her office. She said it was crucial that she got to the ship before. She didn't say what, but she said she had to get there before he did.
I'm going to ask something that Greg has gleaned off of just being here. There's obviously some type of like marriage proposal that has been in the works here for Terrica.
We
Is
don't
that-
know that on the
But
ship.
none of y'all know about it. Because
Only
nobody's
Severance
told
and the
Terrica.
Harlock know about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because no one's told Terrica. Yeah.
Okay, I
it's
just
just
want
a
to make
joy.
sure so there wasn't something that would be common
when you said you
knowledge
didn't
that-
know stuff, that's okay, because none of y'all know stuff either. Because nobody's told you all yet. It's a surprise.
Whee! Surprise wedding.
Yes. Severance, I
Severance
need
is-
you to. So there's this moment where, oh, that's right, he's not there. So
Yeah.
he's talking to them right now, right? And as he's being engaged with them and distracting them, he himself is distracted. And somebody sort of slips by. Val, you see him. Your dad. He turns the corner. He's dressed nice. Well, as nice as he dresses flashy, but he doesn't have the taste. You know what I mean? He's not a noble. He tries really hard and he approximates, but he gets close.
Does he see Val?
And- Oh, yes. And he's walking up towards you. He's striding up towards you with so much confidence and excitement. And as he's walking up, he sees you covered in blood. And he smiles even wider, as if he is so proud of you. He is so proud of you as he walks up towards you. And he smiles, and it's a long walk, and as he gets closer and closer, he smiles. And he looks at the guard, and he says, "You, get out of here." The guard looks like... And he's older, and he's a little frailer, but then he has this look on his face that is very, very dangerous. As he looks at the guard, and he says, "Get out of here." The guard stands up,
Everything. Yeah,
starts to back away.
Val would make a kind of just. He's not even aware of what he does to the guard, but he looks at the guard and gives him almost a sympathetic nod, like it's okay.
And
Everything.
then once you give him the nod,
he takes off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything inside of Val wants to turn the full violence of this suit against this man. He is unaware that his hands are already coding and hitting the holographic keys inside the gloves, that the various defense mechanisms that he and Sue have been putting into this suit are beginning to come online and power up, and he can see the readouts of full optimized power of, the armor taser, of the full rounds he has in his forearm guns. All of those things are just absolutely, the violence is decorated like a holiday inside of his heads up display, and he feels it inside himself. He feels the violence that he can never satiate, that murder never fills, and it's white hot, and it's untempered, and it's directed, and it's raw, and it's focused at him. And he stands up, and his teeth pull back, his lips pull back from his teeth in a snarl. And he hears a little voice say, "Sir, it's good to see you."
He
And
smiles at
realizes
you,
It came from his own lips.
and he steps forward. He looks down at the body, kicks it a little bit with his toe, laughs, steps over Lady Hill, and he pulls you into this hug, and he says, "We did it. Our plans coming to fruition. Now that bitch is dead, nobody can stop us. Everything
sir.
we've planned for is gonna come true.
Yes, sir.
You and me, boy. You and me. We'll take this whole place." Huh. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
By the way, I've arranged. There's gonna be a banquet in your honor. Got some problems, though. She arranged some sort of marriage for your target. We gotta get rid of that man. Nobody's gonna marry Terrica Except for you. Got me? You understand me?
And inside, his mind is screaming, kill him and end it. And his voice says, yes, sir, I understand.
Good. Huh. Excellent. You and me, boy. Let's go. After you. Go. Move. Don't tarry.
Yes, sir.
And a little flash of almost violence was just there, but you moved, and you moved quick, so you didn't have to be punished. As he moves you towards the bazaar. That is where we end our episode.
Well, can I do one thing?
Please, absolutely.
He gets out. Something breaks free. His bladder has already emptied itself inside the suit. He's utterly terrified. But he is able to say one thing out of earshot of Ruby, and he says, Sue, help me.
Sue's not there. Sue's not there. Sue is afraid. Rocket,
Yep.
you and Quint are at the bazaar. Blood, bleeding, turning around. Severance is having a full court press. No one will see anything that they should not see. Terrica, you find yourself deep underneath in the secret passages underneath Drinax, the palace, the floating palace. The smugglers' passages, the secret passages, the air vents, secret places. As you make your way, you find a hatch. And you find yourself not that far from where the bazaar is. And as you emerge, you are now sort of south, right? So you're looking up and you can see, you're on the other side. You can see Severance speaking to the press. Over there to your right, Harlock and Quint. The Harlock is bleeding. And Val steps out with his father. And his father is patting on the shoulder, heavy hand. He's a little frailer, but his hands are still meaty and huge. And that, there, where we end the episode. Oh, did you want to know what's in the folder? You're muted.
I do want to know what's in the folder. And I think Terrica would have made a beeline for Val when they see that Val's father is there.
Do you make a beeline for Val when you see in the folder there are photographs of Val, and his father? Surveillance photographs?
Surveillance photographs of Val and his father? Doing what?
Meeting, sort of clandestinely. These look sort of old, though. But there seems to be documents in there that seems to point to money being sent outwards. It seems as if your mother has been investigating Val and his father And it looks like there is a money trail that leads to the glorious empire, the people who stole, murdered, or enslaved your crew.
These pictures that look like they're older. Is this older like when we met at university, or is this older like after that?
Both. Nothing recent, but then again, he's been hanging out with you all this time.
Yeah. It's Val, though. I guess we'll have
There's-
to find out what Terrica does later.
There's an intercepted message that just says, and Val, you never got this message. Val, is the plan coming along well? Project Terrica. It seems as if that was intercepted. Never was delivered, but your mother got a hold of it. Probably wanted to tell you about it. You don't know the date. And you see Val and his father emerging from the docks.
Together.
Together. You don't know that he's pissed his suit. You don't know any of that. You just see them walking together.
And you said the Harlock is injured?
Mm-hmm. And with Quint?
We're browsing.
Browsing. And
Then
Severance is distracting the authorities from you all, so that nobody
Severance is being Severance
questions you all.
in all of his glory.
But that's it. That's our end.
Oh.
I would like
Season
each
5.
one of you to say who you are, where we can find you, and to give some love. We'll start with our psionic warrior, the Harlock.
Hey everybody, it's me, the Harlock slash Rocket Fox. Yeah, you can find me these days. Just look me up. I'll probably be there. And if I'm not there, I'm going to be finishing my tattoo apprenticeship. So that's something else I'm going to be doing. Super excited. So yeah, if you follow my stuff, you'll see my progress. As far as some love goes, there is a lot of love to give this evening, and I don't want to take all of it. I will say that going backward, I gotta give a little bit of love for everyone. Greg, the scene with Val and his dad, just very powerful. I'm accustomed to seeing you play very assertive, kind of scary characters. So this was a really interesting moment to see that vulnerability there. Ari, the scene with Terrica and her dad, of course. Make everyone cry. That's fine. I didn't need this eye makeup anyway. It's cool. And then Lindy coming in like the hero to help the Harlock. Really loved that teamwork moment. That made me very, very happy. And I am wanting to see a lot more of the Wonder Twins moving forward. So, and also, of course, and I have to say this, not because I don't usually, but also because we are back in the first of this season, Trooper, every single time you bring all these amazing scenes, the world building, the NPCs, all of it is just so well crafted. It is such an honor every single time. So
Thank you. I am gonna have to go next with Lindy
Oh, hi,
because we
it's
have to get
me.
our duo who are helping each other out in both
You
meat
know,
space
we
and also psionic space.
we've done some good teamwork, the Harlock and I.
If we keep that trend going, physical
and
space,
impersonated
mind
each other.
space, like, you know,
Yeah,
I feel
yeah,
good
yeah.
about that, yeah.
Yeah, once Quint figured out it was a psionic thing, I was like, oh, yeah, that is the guy. Okay, I'll help out, but not psionically, because you don't want that help. I'll just shoot the guy. So yeah, that was delightful. Dreamwork makes the team work. I love the Harlock Quint duo. We're both spies. It's like if we just sat down and talked, but you talking, I feel like we'd have a lot in common and things would be great. We could be excellent friends, but that would require us to like sit down and talk and not just kick ass together. So who knows if that'll ever happen.
We let our fists do the talking.
We let our fists do talk. We're gonna bond through kicking butt and taking names and murder. A lot of murder. Of mostly bad guys. Mostly. So my highlights of today.
Mostly.
I love how chill and cool the Harlock was about finding the guy. Like, I'm gonna use psionics to find him. I'm gonna be like, that one right there.
Yep.
That's the guy. That's the punk. And then I'm just gonna browse while I murder him with my mind. It was so chill, so cool. I loved it. I liked
The
how
Harlock's
epic.
injured.
I know. Not as injured as that guy. You should have seen the other guy. That's what I'm gonna say. You should have seen the
Yeah.
other guy.
That's true, that's true.
I loved Val looking like a hero over Lady Hill, and nobody got to see it because we held up the press, and it's just the best thing ever. But Val making a bit of a show, along with Quint, a little bit of like, hey, let's make sure the situation's handled, and then you can go back to hating me because Quint doesn't hate Val. Val just hates Quint, and it's fine. It's cool. We handled those guards pretty well. High five. And then Terrica, just off the chain tonight. Just being like, I'm just gonna teleport to my mom's office. I'm just gonna do that right in front of the guards. Doesn't matter. It'll be fine. Thankfully, only a couple people saw you slap your mother, and maybe they'll be too distracted by the sniper to really follow up on that ever at all. Fingers crossed. Listening to your dad, obviously, but I just loved you being like, nope, I'm out, and then being like, shit, this place is fucked too. Like, just out of the frying pan and into the fire in the best way possible. Severance, I liked his leadership role, but also him just being like, I have no idea what's going on here because I didn't get into the psychic call, but I will hold up the press because if anyone's good at rambling and bullshitting, it's Severance. So that was delightful, and I cannot wait to see what happens from there. And of course, Trooper. There were about 5 times tonight we're on mute. I said, how dare, because there's just, you just pulled some things and I was like, shenanigans, how dare. And I can't wait to see how those all happen. I'm worried. I have concerns. I have more concerns after tonight than I did before tonight, which is saying something because we started an initiative with a sniper in play. So, I mean, that's fine. You can find me online having concerns at LaughLoveLindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play and GM tabletop RPGs. You can find me on my channel on bi-weekly Mondays and Tuesdays, not next week, but the week after, for some D&D, some Critical Roles called the Netherdeep with the new batch, and Ghosts of Saltmarsh, where it's pretty fucky in both of those campaigns right now. We're deep in the Netherdeep, and then in Saltmarsh, there's a 10,000 gold reward for retrieving just a box from a ship. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure that it's not super dangerous to warrant 10,000 gold. I'm sure it'll be fine. Don't ask too many questions. Just go on the job, people, and they did. So that's great. And then not next Wednesday, but the Wednesday after might be our finale of Writing Between the Lines, depending on how those visitations and scenes go, and epistolaries and things. So, whew, that is a good society campaign and a half of drama. Like Bridgerton meets Jersey Shore is what I believe Nugget said about it. It's pretty intense. And then, of course, you can find me here, having the best of time with the best of peoples. Thank you so much.
Oh, speaking of the best of peoples, and speaking of having transitions in the way that Lindy likes to do transitions like that, I'm trying really hard. I feel like both.
See, that's
of
your
the
mistake. I don't. I just go, "Wah! Oh, what came out of my mouth? Oh God, I'm sorry." And then it's usually like,
I'm gonna go next with Greg, who, to my great joy, missed the last 2 episodes of the season, so did not know what was going on. And also, neither did Val a little bit, so that was the best. Walking into like a sniper, and also his dad. And Terrica still does not know that there's an engagement. There's a wedding. Actually, there's a wedding planned. It's going to happen real soon, as a matter of fact.
Yeah,
There's
because they know about a couple. They know about 2 of the engagements,
but not the third one.
not the third one or the wedding.
Yeah. And you got to find out about the banquet. Greg, I was so happy that you got to know that your dad is holding a banquet in your honor.
Yeah. To do the segue that I'm sure that Lindy wanted to say, speaking about things that come out of your mouth, Greg, hey, here I am.
That sounds like a segue I would do. That's
Right,
honestly,
right.
you picked
I
it
heard
up.
you say it, and I'm like, that's what.
They're pretty
that's what
bad.
it is.
So there you go.
Right. Hey everybody, I'm Greg. I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey here in the fantastic Pirates of Drinax campaign. If you ever want to watch some old shows, I'm over on YouTube as Warp Reactor. I do reaction videos for Star Trek, The Expanse. I'm going to start Star Blazer, Space Battleship Yamato very soon, and Arcane starts next week. Oh, buddy, it's a banger.
We're
That
off
show-
to outer space.
It's
We're
a fucking
saving Mother
banger,
Earth.
man.
Our
such a great show.
Starblazers.
I'm telling you what, I'm gonna. It's a real quick segue for those of you who have seen Star Blazers. At the very first episode, there's this huge space battle going on, and I mean, humanity's getting their asses handed to them. And there's this one ship. There's 2 ships left. There's one ship that says, "Listen, only one of us is going to make it." Other ship turns around, and everybody on the crew starts to sing full throat in the face of death. I have chills every fucking time I even think about that scene. So good. Anywho, friends, what a great night. I missed the last 2 episodes because I had a horrific case of COVID. I had no voice. I couldn't do a fucking thing. And I've been spinning my wheels here for a couple months, just violently ready to get back into this game for fucking whatever reason, because I got my ass handed to me tonight. But absolutely, gold stars for everybody. I think what it is it's not just one single moment from each of these characters that is something to note. It's watching these actors take control of these characters and really meshing them. Like Cord said something in our chat, or actually said something in the Twitch chat that said, I've been away from Severance for a bit, and I wasn't sure if I could find his voice. And with that, when he was spinning up the press, he was like, I found him. And I thought that, it's such a cool exploration to watch actors kind of revisit characters after a pause, whether it be in something like a movie or something, I don't want to say as simple as this because it's a very complex story, but I love watching people really get into characters that they're invested in, because it, like Cord said, I was worried. I was worried about being able to get back into this. There's so much passion in each of the performances that these actors put on here, and it's augmented by the chat. The chat is so great. This is the only chat that I think I've ever run into that's exploratory, that asks like almost like characterization questions, like, I wonder what that character's feeling right now. Who the fuck asks that? This chat does, because they're fucking intelligent, and they're the most passionate community on the internet. I'll be taking no questions at this time. I just absolutely love being here. It's such a balm to the after a bad work week to be able to roll in here with a bunch of friends and be able to share in Trooper's amazing world. And stars to you all. I had chills at one moment or another with each of you. Traveler is a terminal RPG system. That's something that we just can't forget. We saw it with Lady Hill. You're dead. We were all talking off camera like, that would have killed any of us. The actual statistics would have killed any of our characters that were outfitted the same way as Lady Hill. At any moment, we've been very lucky in Traveler. At any moment, one of these characters and the players that perform that we've been talking about, dead. And so with that being said, I will give all of my kudos to the man that is running this world and is absolutely bringing it to life. Violence, happiness, laughter, love, all of those things rolled into one for an absolutely beautiful and perfect universe to play in. My friend, thank you for inviting me once again into your sandbox. It is my favorite place to play. See y'all next week.
Oh, um, and to the person who made it so that it was Lady Hill who was shot and not them or any of their friends. The assassin might have shot Terrica, but when Terrica used the ancient warlord's voice psionically, the assassin's like, oh, that's my boss. My boss has done the body swap. Great. Okay, cool. But then we do part 2, which is to make my boss look really good. Awesome. If Terrica had not used the warlord's voice psionically, broadcasted out, then that assassin might have gone after someone like Terrica. But the assassin believed that Terrica was Marrymore. The assassin is now dead. But the
Good news.
good news. But that's the only reason why that shot went after Lady Hill.
Oh,
The only reason why the shot went after Lady Hill is because Terrica made the assassin believe that Terrica was Marrymore had jumped into a new body.
Oh, man.
And so, for the last one of my players here, the person who, is bringing the feels and bringing the murder in their own way. The terror, Terrica. A little terror.
A little
Ari.
terror. A little terror. Hi, I'm Ari. Ari_Ventures. Wow, so much love tonight. I remembered about halfway through the episode that I work best if I start writing things down, because I get to the end of the episode and all I can think of is the 10,000 amazing things that happened, and I can't distill it into moments. So these were a few of the moments that really stood out to me, and I wrote them down because I was like, I cannot forget about this. One of them was Fox, the symmetry of the killing, where you're like, okay, and now the other shoulder. I was like, that's just fun, right? So we have like these beautiful moments of RP, and everyone has spoken to the amount of like emotion and actor ability and like the drama and everything that we're able to create. And then there's like this that I'm just like, oh, look at that little gem. That's just gorgeous right there. And then oh, Quint, when you were like, here's what's going on, and you started the like call with as many people as you could like get on the call, that was another. I was like, we keep seeing more and more of like who Quint is, right? And this is exactly one of those like military moments, right? We saw that piece of Quint really coming out, I think, in a much different way than we did the last couple of times that we've seen Quint fight, because there really hasn't been as much of that psionic component. Which I was like, oh, that's interesting, right? Like how, and we talk about, what did we call them, the murder twins or something like that. Like the two of you, once you're able to like psionically like go after people, I think that's going to be. I'm very excited about that. And I know he's not here, but honestly, like Cord asking whether or not like, oh, can you like doing the audio and the visual checks with them, like, can you see me, can you hear me, the details that he brings with that character, that it's really just like, no, Severance is being clever and knowing what has to happen, and at the same time Severance is still very much Severance. Like, this is who he is, this is how he operates. And then Greg, that scene with Lady Hill and Val, especially juxtaposed with the scene with Ruby and Val later, like as things were revealed in that scene, I was just sitting there. I think I like posted into our chat like just one of those like popcorn like emojis, because I was just like, oh my gosh, this is all this stuff, I think. And I think Trooper, we've had this conversation too, where most of the people around Terrica have been manipulated into their life in some way, shape, or form. Like,
Yes.
almost all of them. And so to have like validation that Val is also one of those people was interesting to me. I was like, that's okay. Anyway, and then Trooper, like the way that you the father scene with Lord Hill, I did not expect that scene to go that way. I thought that Terrica was going to accuse him, and then he was going to be all self-righteous, and then Terrica was going to do something awful and blah 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 blah. And instead, it was like this opportunity for them to actually connect, at the very end of life. And I think it's changed some things for Terrica that I think will be really interesting, because it's given them a path towards something that I thought was not something they would ever reach for. So thank you for that beautiful nugget. The way you weave stories, the way you kick off season 5 in the middle of combat and then bring each and every one of these stories from each of the lives of these and weave them together is just, it's fucking magic. So thank you. And chat, you guys, I've missed you. Mwah! Thank you for being here. You guys rock. You can find me online here on Fridays. You can find me in Seattle live at Unexpected Productions doing theater sports, or a new show called I Saw You, which is all about those missed connections that you have in they used to exist in Craigslist and The Stranger and things like that, where it's like, oh, you were the chick with the blue hair and I was the guy with the pumpkin spice latte. We talked about clouds and I wish we'd said something more. Want to go look at clouds with me? Anyway, we take those and then we see what happened if these people didn't miss their connection and what kind of stories could have developed. Sometimes they're really romantic and sometimes you're like, whoa, okay. Anyway, come see the fun.
I am not going to say anything about myself yet because I've got to go and say any messages we got. While I'm pulling them up, I do want to note this. There are so many characters here who have a lot of parallels. There's some very interesting parallels between, for example, the Harlock and Val. Very interesting parallels between them. There are parallels between a lot of people here in ways that I suppose you'll only know if you talk to each other. And I am very excited for things that I know that not all of my players know. Some of my players know, some of my players don't. And for some things that not all of my NPCs know. So I am going to note our tips and bits messages that came in. Let's see. I would like to note we had 500 bits from Hawkeye at the top, who says, "The Gambler's Return. Is Terrica hearing gunshots or chapel bells? Will the Dadmiral and the Harlock find the assassin? Will Quint have her child army ready to help? Will Wesley stay? And does Val know the name of the assassin as well as he knows his own? We must know." I would like to thank those who have gifted. So we had some wonderful gifted subs. We had some wonderful gifted merch. Thank you. We got this message to celebrate the new season and Greg's current state of ignorance. That was one of our messages from Rissa. Thank you also those who got some really great, that was for the Foxhole cap. We also got 100 bits from Stormbender, who says, "Ooh, sorry, late fee, sorry. Oh, don't worry about it." And then we got, I'm looking quickly, some resubs. Thank you, resubs. Then we got 100 bits from Stormbender, who says, "Amazing episode," and 100 bits from Willen, who is our wonderful note taker, who says, "What an episode again. Season 5 is starting as strong and intense as Season 4 ended." Thanks all. It's awesome to see you all again. And I am happy to be back. And I will say this as we go. This was a big epic. I knew this was going to be a big epic first opener, and we're going to be more constrained for the rest of it. Mark my words. But when we begin next week, it'll be a little bit later. People have been able to move themselves about, and we'll see what you're all doing here on the palace. You've got meetings with the king. You've got a lot of things to do. I'm afraid Terrica will not be able to speak to Val. Val's being let off by his dad for conversations. That will have to happen later, I'm sure. I'm afraid. I'm sorry. Dad is just taking son away. Y'all can have a conversation about stuff after Ruby has a conversation with his son. Grooms him for greatness and whatever goodness. Yeah.
Oh, oh no.
It's fine.
Oh
Did you ever find?
no.
Did Val ever tell you what happened to his mom? Oh, you don't need to know. So anyway,
Greg, did
I am.
Val like what has Val? We should talk about that. What do they
No,
know?
I don't.
No?
I
Okay.
don't think Val has
Val
told
said
you
his
what happened to
parents
his
were
mom.
dead.
Oh,
Both
I
of them.
thought that. Oh, but I knew that you didn't like your family. That's right. Because we had a discussion about that part.
Hmm. Yeah.
He would have said he never liked his
So-
dad, but they were both
Okay.
dead.
Okay.
Turns
yeah.
out, not dead.
Interesting. Turns out very much alive.
Yeah.
When did Val say his dad was dead? Was that like or that his parents were dead? Was that when they first met? Like when would have that happened?
Val would have probably, whenever you started living with Val, he would have probably, at some point after that, he would have shared that.
Oh, that's right.
Okay.
You went to live with Val. Right. That bad thing happened to your ship, and you
Do
ended
not
up
listen
going...
to Trooper. This is Greg
Ended up
telling you right
going-
now. Do not listen to Trooper. We will hash this out in RP. Okay?
I'm just noting that clearly. I mean,
Stop listening to Trooper.
Trooper has been spinning so many tales in my ear. It's too late.
Somebody put
It's too
worm
late, Greg.
tongue in the chat earlier. Spot on.
Oh yeah, that is my job. My job is to just sow doubt. That's all.
If that's your job, business is a booming, buddy.
I am Trooper SJP. I want to thank everybody who gave tips and bits. What a lovely start to the season. I'm excited for our next 11 episodes. It's gonna be epic. There are some things that I've learned, and so there are gonna be some things that are gonna happen, and we can't tell you until later. There's some surprises, big ones. Let me say, I want to say I love this cast. I love everything that you all do. I want to say to Lindy, the green poplar mask with the Viridian stripe in it on the mantelpiece of Terrica's home that Lady Hill has had access to all this time. Just sharing that with you.
Yeah, I noticed that.
To Val, to Greg, I wanted to give you a banquet from your father to honor your successes. To Rocket, I wanted you to know, in the difficulty of that fight, that psionic fight, how easy it is for you to lay waste to any number of non-psionic people.
Yeah.
That was hard what you did, but I need you to know that you would have been doing 20 damage to regular people like that. With those rolls, I need you to know that as a Zodani agent who is highly trained in psionics, if that person had not been psionic at all, done. Without the ability to do anything about it. And you are way more scary than most people know. And there's a reason why everybody's freaked out by Zodani. And I wanted them to see the difficulty to fight another Zodani agent who was pretty good, but not as good as you. But also, the sacrifices you made to do it, because you were unraveling your own body to take this person out.
I'm real injured.
Oh,
I will also note that none of that damage that you did was able to be soaked by armor. You were able to get by all of that, and he had very good armor, by the way. Just side note. So I want to just sort of say, honoring the way that you physically unraveled your own body to fuel stopping this person, and Terrica. Ari, I notice your brooch attached to your body, and I would say I was happy for the gift of being able to know that your dad would have called you a terror, but a terror as a nickname in a way of joy. But also that your mother was like, you don't get to have anything to do with my daughter because you know how your mother is the worst, is not yours and does not want to have anything to do with you. And that your father, who cared about you quite a lot, was removed from your life, but while still being there by your mother. And that moment allowed for not just that sort of connection, but also to learn a little bit about what it means to have a being on your planet and what they can do for the people of that planet, right? That what that means in terms of the life of the larger ecosystem. You can think of the Viridian as the ecosystem in certain kinds of ways, and what happens when it's not functioning well. So lots of things are coming out. Lots of things are coming out. A lot of things are coming out right now, everybody. And I am really excited for them. And I will just always remember, somebody said something in chat last week when we were watching the rerun. And when I said that Lady Hill was not lying, somebody said, yeah, but that doesn't mean that her little birds are always correct. Well, she thought they were. And it looks real bad for Val, who seems to be evil. That's all. You can't find me anywhere next week, but you can find me back here next Friday for more of the Gamblers. And we've got surprises. Everybody, take care of yourselves. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week.